Hello, everybody. Welcome to your July 2022 tarot card reading. Thank you so much for being here. My name is Jane. If you're new, welcome, welcome. And if you're returning, I'm super happy to have you back. Really quick before we get started, excuse me. I am going to I am creating a new website, which is going to be a subscription-based website. So for those of you who consistently purchase the monthly comprehensive readings, you'll be able to subscribe either to your, zodiac sign, or you can purchase all 12 videos every single month. Prices are exactly the same. I'm not changing the prices. It's just going to be like a more consistent and a much easier method. So you'll be able to just log on and have access to the videos as soon as it's published. So you don't have to go through the purchase process every single time. In addition to that, I'm also creating what I'm calling my Soul Seekers membership group as well, which is going to be like a higher tier. And it's going to be, a little bit more interactive. We're going to be doing question and answers, more in-depth analysis. I'm toying with the idea of doing shorter daily readings as well, although I'm not sure on that yet. But there will be more. I'll define the actual content for you before the launch of the new site. So just kind of a heads up on that. But it'll give me a chance to get to know you better. I'm always learning and I know you're always learning. So together we can learn, and it could be a really, really fun thing. I'm super excited about it, actually. So let's go ahead and get started then with that announcement. Timestamps for each zodiac sign are going to be in the description box and the comment thread down below. You can easily access, just click from one to the next. Super easy. You don't need to necessarily scroll with your finger over to get to the time. And I think that's it. Yep, timestamps in the description box down below. You can watch for your sun or moon or rising sign. If you're here for love, you can also watch your Venus sign as well. All right, see you in just a sec. Hello, Cancer. Welcome to your July 2022 tarot card reading. And first and foremost, we have to wish you guys a happy birthday. Hope you guys have an amazing birthday season and get to do something that you love with people that you love. Okay, let's go ahead and get started with the Queen of Fire. So this is the card that signifies what the universe really needs from you right now. So this is Queen of Fire. It's like Queen of Wands, right? It's a card that signifies the energy of Aries. And not going to lie, we got a couple of big transits going on in Aries. We have Jupiter and Chiron both going retrograde this year. For the bulk of July, Jupiter is going to be slowing down. All right. So we have this Chiron and Jupiter energy both really, really slow and then eventually retrograde. So what does this mean? There has to be an inner drive that supersedes the superficial feelings of not wanting to do something. All right, this is going to be an opportunity for you to get in contact with your willpower. All right, and it's going to be, I'm not going to call it like a test per se, but it's going to be kind of one of those things where you can gauge just how well your willpower, how well you can direct your willpower, okay? Because there will be strong emotions during this time, for sure. There will be strong emotions, and there will be a lot of things that are happening externally, right? Within your workplace, within your community, within your relationships with, people outside of yourself. And you're going to have to be able to sift through all of that noise and sift through all of the drama or the chaos and be able to hunker down and just continue to work on the things that matter most to you. This is going to really separate the true strong-spirited from those who are easily manipulated by others. Okay? Now in the environment, we have the Justice card, which says that what's going on in your life is bringing you back to an equilibrium point. And usually justice really brings out a lot of true colors in people. There's going to be a lot of truth that comes out. And I'm just, right, we've got Mercury now who's moving really, really fast. Okay, Mercury is moving quite fast. And he's going to be moving through Cancer quite fast throughout July. He is going to be entering into Cancer on the 5th and then leaving Cancer on the 19th. So he's not even there for like the full month of July. But what this means is that your keen sense of intellect is going to be hypersensitive. And you're going to be able to pick up on things in a very real way, not only intuitive, but intellectual as well. And I think there's going to be strong intuition and intellectual alignment going on, which is good because it doesn't feel like we are being torn in half. We are going to be feeling whole, right? Or when I say we, I mean you guys, right? Cancer. You are going to be feeling whole. You're going to be feeling as though you are operating from a place of like realness, right? Like you're not the confused one. And there are going to probably be some adjustments. Now we also have this card here, which says adjustments are required. So when we get justice and adjustments are required, you're gonna feel the effects of those scales coming into balance in some way, shape, or form. And there may need to be an outflow in order for an inflow to occur. There may need to be something that leaves your life in order for something to come in. And that, if that happens, you can kind of just laugh and say, okay, well, this is the adjustment that's going on. And there we go. Especially when Venus comes into Cancer on the 17th as well, later on in the month, you're probably going to feel that even more so. Okay? But things are coming into fairness, right? It's like almost as though the universe kind of owes you something and is paying you back, right? Things are coming into a fairness. They're coming into a place that makes sense for you, that makes sense for the people in your life. And it's going to afford you an opportunity to put yourself in situations that are beneficial for you moving forward, that you can really launch from. Okay? Because we have this card over here that says positive movement forward, which means it's kind of like all systems go for Cancer right now. There's an opportunity. I'm going to use that word a lot, I think, through July. Lots of opportunities, and they're going to come in the form of choices. They're going to come in the form of open doors, and it's whether or not we decide to walk through or not. A lot of you are going to encounter Cancers. You know, for those of you who are cross-watching here, you're going to be encountering Cancers who are hiding in their shells right now, and that's very unfortunate, because the Cancers who are not hiding in their shells, who are putting themselves out there, who are going after their dreams, who are making their ambitions a top priority, they are going to make great strides very, very quickly. And I think we're going to be really kind of a little shell-shocked in terms of like, where the heck, like, holy cow, where did Cancer come from? They just kind of came out of nowhere, just kind of coming out of the woodwork here. And then we have Wolf with the instinct. Like, your instincts are super sharp. Mercury through Cancer. Super, super sharp. Like, I'm getting this sense that you can just kind of smell what's right and what's not right. And you can just, like, you just know. And there doesn't seem to be a lot of questions. There doesn't seem to be a lot of deliberation. Yeah, okay, it kind of sucks to have Jupiter going retrograde in your 10th house. Yeah, Chiron going retrograde in your 10th house isn't easy either. But ultimately, you have this, again, here's the word, opportunity to overcome these internal and mental and psychological roadblocks. And you get to kind of not just overcome them, but really conquer them and really prove to yourself of what you're truly capable of in a really big way. Okay, this is a big month, I think, especially for Cancer. Now, we have a couple of oracle cards over here that I want to read. We have Restore and Replenish. Look, it's not going to be a perfect day every single day, but if you can take time, especially at night, I'm getting very strong nighttime feelings, and maybe that's because you're like, you know, Cancer ruled, moon energy, but strong nighttime energy to pull yourself into your safe place and to really indulge in the things that make you like just feel so great. So whether it's like watching a movie or eating really good food or snuggling up in your super cozy bed or like playing with your dog outside in the yard, like whatever it is that makes you feel just really relaxed and really happy, you have to take and prioritize those things in your life. Because when the next morning comes and you're waking up and you're moving forward with your day, You're going to have to really be present in those goals, be present in your mission of life. And I don't mean that you have to do this in like a militaristic way. I mean, a lot of people on their spiritual track have really surrendered a lot of more material goals, and that's okay. It's just more of, what are you going to do with your time here? Are you going to use it creatively? Are you going to use it to build a business? Are you going to use it to help people, or to be of service, or to heal, or to build beautiful artistic things? Like, what is it that you're really going to do? And to be in that energy fully. Because this is a time to do it differently. Go beyond what you have done before. We're really in a place here of stretching our limits. And as Uranus this month comes into contact with that North Node, there are going to be sudden and rapid evolutionary shifts in terms of achieving our destiny, or getting closer to living a life that is wholly our purpose, right? Because some of us have like jobs that we have to go to every day, and maybe we don't necessarily consider that to be like our purpose. Well, this is going to be a time when you may cross that bridge. How do you get from a job that you don't like to living a life that is truly the full embodiment of your purpose? And how can you incorporate a livelihood into that purpose as well? Like, can you earn money from that, or whatever it is? So some of you may be crossing that bridge, or having incredible insights in terms of how you can cross that bridge. And there will be new ideas, and there will be new people, there will be new opportunities, especially as Mars comes through Taurus, your 11th house. There's going to be a lot that's going on in terms of your social networks and the people that you're in contact with. And maybe someone, a friend, someone that you're associated with, a colleague, something like that, maybe they will also help you. But it is time for you to do this differently. Now, we also have this card here from the Four Agreements deck, which says, don't take anything personally. Love and respect yourself. And this is exactly Queen of Fire. Like, could it be any other way? Like, you're making decisions now because you love and respect yourself so much. And that's the only option for you. Self-love, self-respect is the only option. Cancer, like, I know your boundaries, your barriers. When I say that's actually really not the right words to use. Your energy field, okay, so powerful that it's kind of doing the rejecting for you, right? So you don't have to worry about getting rid of people, because when you're so aligned, those people will naturally fall off. And let's get started with this 9-card block here, because there's a lot going on. There's only one major arcana, and I want to start with this, with the Hermit reversed. You are coming out of this, the word I'm hearing is haze, coming out of a haze. And what's interesting is with Jupiter retrograde, we're having an opportunity to really reevaluate how far we let ourselves go. You know, how high do we allow ourselves to climb? Do we believe that we can go one step further? Do we believe that we can, be of service to greater amounts of people? Do we believe that we can learn more or become more wise? Do we believe that we can fully embody the truth of our own wisdom? Can we live according to our own teachings, right? And this Hermit is coming out of his shell. He's coming out of his hermit mode, and he's saying, like, okay, I'm done with this processing process that I've been going through, and I'm really ready to put my money where my mouth is, and I'm ready to like go for it. Okay, I like the Hermit reverse in this particular instance because he seems to be more interactive. He's more social, he's more connected, he's more willing to go through a new set of learning experiences using the wisdom that he has. So I'm kind of sensing a determination with getting yourself somewhere, a determination with growing your business, a determination with finding that right romantic partner, finding that determination to get yourself financially stable or in that state of prosperity and abundance. It's like you can't not do it. It's almost like compulsive at this point. Like you have to do it. It's just what you have to do for your life right now. Okay, and as we begin July, just for the first couple of days, we are going to have Mars in a square with Pluto over in Capricorn, 27 degrees. All right, and that 27-degree square with Mars is kind of really setting the tone for the whole month. It's like Pluto is like, oh, you really got to do it. You got to get yourself out of this trap, Eight of Swords, and I do see that you are. You're willing to first of all, to admit that maybe there have been substantial thoughts, that have been limiting you. And I think you're over it. That's Queen of Fire. Like, she doesn't play the game of excuses with herself. She doesn't sit there and, say, oh, well, I'm not feeling tired. That's what I mean. Like, she's not going to be like, oh, I'm tired today, I'm not going to do it. I'm not really feeling it. Or, oh, the planets are doing this today, I'm not going to do it. Like, no, she's going to say, screw that. I'm not going to let anything outside of me determine what I'm going to do. That's what I mean. It's like a test of that willpower, and I know willpower doesn't always sustain throughout the day. So when you have that burst of, okay, now we're going to do it, like, you have to really harness it and maximize it as much as possible, because you know that that's where you're going to get the majority of your results. All right. And you're willing to break your back for it. We know how hardworking Cancer can be. But the thing about this 10 of Wands is that it's not drudgery type of work. At least I don't sense that it is. Not with the Queen of Fire, not with positive movement forward, not with instincts, not with doing it differently. I don't know. This doesn't scream drudgery and things that you hate doing. It screams, this is what you came here to do type stuff. So yes, productivity, you're going to be building your things, right? Building your websites, building your products, building your services, building your, your stuff for your clients. You're going to be going, getting your initiatives done. You're going to be, doing the makeover that you feel like you need to do to go out and date. You're going to be going to the gym. You're going to be eating healthy. You're going to be doing all the things that you know you need to do for your body and for just the sake of your future. And I think it's work that you're excited to do, because it's work that you can kind of get lost in. It's work you can kind of say that this is meaningful stuff, and that when you start seeing progress, it's going to motivate you even that much more. And I really think Cancer got a lot of momentum through June, if I'm being totally honest. There were a lot of wheels that started to really, really spin for Cancer. And especially with Mars and Jupiter coming through Aries in that 10th house, a lot of this does have to do with the direction of your life and what it is you contribute to society, and how you are of service in society, and how people see you. And there could be a significant reinvention of your personal brand in some way, shape, or form. With the Four of Swords reversed, I don't know that your mind is going to be, again, Mercury coming through Cancer, July 5th, boom, there it is. Mercury comes in, and your mind, you're going to have a lot of mental activity because he is going fast. A lot of creativity, a lot of great new ideas, a lot of possibilities, a lot of people, a lot of desire to really communicate. And I sense you really harnessing this Mercury energy and saying, this feels great. It actually feels like I want to do this. Maybe this restore and replenish. Maybe this is even a little bit hard for you because you don't want to stop doing what you're doing at the end of the day. You don't want to disconnect because you've been wanting this connection for so long. You've been wanting to feel this passion and this drive for so long that now it's oh my gosh, I don't even want to go to bed at night because it's going to ruin my flow. I just want to stay up all night because at least I know that I'll be in that flow state. You are going to need to do that though, because you're going to need to sustain it. So, make sure you eat those good meals and you do turn off your brain as much as possible. Well, not as much as possible, but when necessary. I guess that's a better way to say it, when necessary. See, this is the adjustment stuff that's coming out, the adjustments that are required. This is the push that you've really needed, because Five of Swords, either it's been you or it's been someone else. I don't know who it's been, but someone in your life has been yip-yapping and saying all sorts of stuff that has been very unhelpful. All right, there has been certain circumstances, certain situations, certain relationships that just simply are like way past overdue in terms of getting them out of your life. And I honestly think with Uranus coming in contact with that North Node over in Taurus, I mean, it's going to have a lot to do with your friends, okay? Especially when Mars comes in and joins that conjunction as well. That's going to be like a whole severing. You know, Mars does have a severing quality, okay? Mars has a more abrupt ending to things, and he's more kind of in the short term. He's more for immediate decisions and things, whereas Saturn, similar types of energies, but longer, stretched out kind of things. So there are probably going to be some pretty abrupt things that happen this month as Mars comes closer and closer to that, also in August as well. And I'm looking at this Three of Swords because I feel strongly that it's going to be sad, right? Like, it's sad that this had to happen. It's sad that this relationship had to deteriorate. It's sad, but you also can't put up with this Five of Swords anymore. You know, and maybe there's been someone in your life, or, you know, that brought that out in you a little bit. Or maybe you had a reality check of like, here's this person and they are doing X, Y, and Z things. And that's like reflecting back on you. And you're like, wait, how is that a part of my vibration that I attracted this into my life? You know, and so there could be some pretty stark wake up calls in terms of what you may be operating or where you may be operating from, right? Your own frequency. And in order to eliminate that frequency, even if you might not be able to quite pinpoint it exactly, the fact that you're doing things differently, right? Time to do it differently. The fact that you are doing it differently does indicate that the energy field will shift. And because it is shifting, things must come into alignment here with justice. Okay? Now, with the Seven of Coins, the fruits of your labor will not immediately appear. Okay, and I'm just going to put that right out there. That is just going to be factual. The fruits of your labor will not immediately appear. And I think with the Ten of Wands, you are in this for the long haul to some extent. That there is some kind of commitment that is involved with this Ten of Wands. All right, because when we have Jupiter going retrograde, I'm just trying to think here. Jupiter's going retrograde in the 10th. He's going to be re-entering into Pisces in October, around the same time that Mars is preparing for his retrograde in Gemini. That like 4-month period for Mars retrograde is going to be a true test of staying power. But when Jupiter comes back into Aries, going direct and moves through Aries through the first part of 2023, for the first 5 months, and then it moves into Taurus in May, I believe, in May, that is when I think we're going to start seeing like real results. I'd say the first part of 2023 based on decisions that you're making now. Okay? So you have to understand that there is like a longevity thing. So that's why the willpower is even that much more important, because you're not going to see what you're hoping you're going to see right away, although you will be able to notice progress, but the prosperity that you're hoping to gain from that progress is not tangible yet. And because of that, many Cancerians are going to wash their hands of it, Knight of Coins reversed. They're going to say, you know what? It's not worth it. I'm not getting what I want. This is like are you dead set on this instant gratification thing? Or can you plan in like 2 to 3 year time frames? Can you take time out of the equation here or not? The people who can take time out of the equation and say, it doesn't even matter when any of this happens, I'm going to do it because I feel compelled to do it. And if that's the only reason I'm doing it, then so be it. Those are the people that are really, really going to end up on top here. When I say end up on top, what I mean is they're the ones that are going to have the fruits of their labor, and other people who don't have the staying power are going to look at those people and be like, man, we kind of started the same thing at the same time. I wish that I had kept going. This is about keeping it going. Now, another interpretation with this Knight of Coins, and we'll get more information when we do the clarifiers, is I'm getting a sense that this Knight of Coins is an earth energy. It's a card of Virgo. We have a couple Virgo cards. So you may be dealing with a Virgo. You may be dealing with a Capricorn or a Taurus, or someone who kind of embodies those types of qualities, a very earthy quality. They're a lot more practical, slower moving, that kind of thing. But the problem with the Knight of Coins reversed is I feel an immaturity coming through. And this may be someone that, I don't know, they don't have a lot of staying power in your life. So especially if you're like trying to date right now, I'm not super excited about the prospect of this Knight of Coins, and I think you'll know who that is like right away if you do happen to meet them throughout July. And I don't know that their goals are really going to align with yours. And that's going to be something that you have to ask people that are new coming into your life, whether it's professionally, whether it's personally, whatever the situation may be, you have to ask them, right? Love and respect yourself. You have to ask them about what they see for themselves in their life, because you don't want someone, especially like if you're looking for a more masculine figure in your life, this is a masculine energy that is kind of not embodying that, and they have the more flaky, kind of like surrendered is not a bad thing, but it's just like it's not masculine. And it's not really a high quality feminine either. It's like a low quality feminine of solipsism and wandering and being all lost and like have no direction in life kind of thing. So you have to be careful for those people because they're not aligned with what it is that you have going on. They're not aligned with Queen of Fire spirit. They're not aligned with goals and attainment of things. They're just I just don't think it's your style. I don't think they're a bad person at all. It's just not your style. And I think it's going to be really hard to really work with people like that. Like you have to know what each other's vision is, especially if you're dating, especially. Like, do you want kids? Do you want to get married? Do you want to buy a house? Or do you want to have a unique situation? Or do you what do you want? And that question, what do you want? And if someone doesn't know what they want and they can't give you a clear answer right now, I don't know that it's going to feel good for you. I don't know that it's going to feel safe. Because you need someone who you can run parallel with. Okay? You need someone that you can build with. Three of Coins. Like I feel like this Knight of Coins is definitely someone that you cannot build with. Right now, you may decide to go solo, right? To build something on your own rather than incorporate other people. I think with this North Node coming through your 11th house, it's making it very difficult for like collaborations and stuff. Also with Saturn through the 8th, it's just not conducive to like bringing someone else on. So there is a lot of work that you're going to have to do on your own, but I think you're fully capable of it and you're willing and excited to do it. But it may get a little discouraging when you're kind of attracting a little bit like this and you're like, oh man, like that's not even close to what I want. But then again, it's time to do it differently. Like this is your opportunity to like really push these people away and say like, get out of my way. You're not the right vibe. You're not the right style. This isn't going to work. Like I'll just do it myself. And when a person is right for me, I know that they will show up and it will all work out great. I know that you don't have any questions as to whether or not it will, It may be a little discouraging that it's not happening right now, but that's okay. And I think you can kind of hang out here for a little while, keep your head down, keep yourself working, and, just kind of go from there. Last card I wanted to point out is this card here that says, those who remember always that they know nothing and who have become willing to learn everything will learn it. So there is so much to learn that there is only room for humility here, right? This is not arrogance. And I know that I'm talking a lot about, oh, you're not my vibe, get out of my way. But it's not arrogance. It's not ego. It's actually like probably because this person is not willing to really learn and grow. That's why they're so lost. They're scared of the hard work. They're afraid of going deep within themselves and challenging themselves and bettering themselves in not bettering, but, awakening themselves. And so you need people around you who are also humble. You need people around you who are willing to challenge their own beliefs and who are willing to grow. And I think you're going to be very blessed with wisdom this month. I really, really do. You're definitely going to be blessed with wisdom. Okay, let's go ahead here. 1 second. Pull out the clarifier. So for those of you who are new to my channel, okay, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we will cover in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be found in the description box and the comment thread down below. So let's go ahead here and take a look. So we usually talk for another 25 to 30 minutes about these cards. So again, if you want to join, you are more than welcome. So the first one, Queen of Fire, we're going to clarify what else does the universe need from Cancer throughout the month of July. Let's see, we've got the Six of Swords. Beautiful. We've got the Two of Coins, choices, opportunities, and karma or judgment. Judgment in the traditional tarot. All right, and then we have Justice, the environment. What else does Cancer need to know about their particular environment right now? Oh, Queen of Cups. Well, that's actually the Cancer card. Eight of Coins. And Four of Swords. Beautiful. Okay. Now we're going to take a look at this Eight of Swords reversed. Actually, let's start with the Hermit since that's how we started the 9-card block, with the Hermit reversed being the only major arcana. Oh, another Three of Swords. Yeah, there's something sad is definitely happening. It's like sad that something has to be severed. I know it's not your first choice. It's not what you really want. Two of Wands reversed, Three of Cups reversed. Yeah, definitely something going on in your social circle, but it is for a greater good. Ace of Cups. Yep, there it is. Five of Cups. And the Sun. Now for 10 of Wands. 9 of Wands. 9 of Swords. And 10 of coins. Yeah, like the 10 of... You're going to have to fight for that 10 of coins, for sure. 2 of Cups. Beautiful. We love that. Oh my gosh. Okay. So we're going to take this one. I'm not going to take any from this because it's just too big of a group. So Knight of Coins there. King of Swords reversed. See, yeah, Death reversed. A lot of severance. Knight of Swords reversed. 5 of Wands. There's the Hermit again. Coins reversed. Empress reversed. Another Four of Swords reversed. Well, 3 Four of Swords cards coming out. 3 of Wands. Another 5 of Swords. Like, this is what I'm saying. There are definitely people showing you true colors right now. Or at least through July, anyway. We've got the Star, we've got the Moon. Page of Cups. And then for the 3 of Coins, we have the World. King of Cups. 8 of Swords reversed, which we have up here as well, right? And another 10 of Wands. A lot of repeated cards. Okay, so let's go ahead, cut it off here. So this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive reading. So for those of you who want to join, again, that link is in the description box in the comment thread down below. If not, you guys know I wish you nothing but the best through July. And again, happy birthday. And I'll talk to you soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Leo. Welcome to your July 2022 tarot card reading. Thank you so much for being here. I want to start off with wishing you a very happy birthday as we move forward through July, specifically the July Leos. I hope you guys have an amazing birthday, celebrating it with people that you love and adore. Okay, let's go ahead and take a look here. We're going to start with the Page of Wands, okay, which is the card that signifies what the universe needs from you right now. And I want to couple this with this oracle card here, which says every journey starts with a single step. Clearly, you are in this place of having to exhibit a great deal of faith and trust in this new process that you're kind of undergoing right now. So we have this one, every journey starts with a single step. And I want to read this quote here as well. It says, the children of God are entitled to the perfect comfort that comes from perfect trust. Until they achieve this, they waste themselves and their true creative powers on useless attempts to make themselves more comfortable by inappropriate means. Okay, so I'm going to read that first part again. You're entitled to the perfect comfort that comes from perfect trust. I think that's what this month is about for you, is putting into practice real trust and real faith. And this may be easy for some, and it may be difficult for others. Because what's going to happen is it's going to require you to surrender to control. Because Sun coming through the 12th house, we have Mercury coming through the 12th house. We'll have Venus coming in there later on in the month on the 17th. Okay, so there's going to be a lot of 12th house activity, and the 12th house demands release. And when we have to release something, it can be very disorienting because we can feel incredibly vulnerable. But from that place of vulnerability, Page of Wands, we can emerge one step at a time on a new trajectory. And I don't think this is going to be a very loud month for many of you on an individual scale. I mean, we do have Uranus coming to a conjunction with the North Node in Taurus in the 10th. So there may be something that happens in terms of like what it is that you really contribute. So that could happen in your career, or it could just happen, in terms of you're feeling called towards some kind of purpose and taking steps in that new direction. But either way, steps are going to need to be taken, and there have to be incremental. And the thing is that I know you have this vision, but it still feels a little hazy, I think, still feels a little out of reach. But I don't even think that you're even thinking about that. You're not even looking at that. You're just saying, well, that's the vision and that's the inevitability because it's the vision. And these cards, right? Material and spiritual prosperity. It indicates to me as a promise from the tarot that says, look, this will be successful for you. Don't worry. Have this perfect faith. Have this perfect trust. It absolutely will work out. You're going to be fine. It's going to be great. And the cave sanctuary speaks well to a lot of the 12th house energy that we're going to have in terms of maybe wanting to isolate a little bit. You may need more alone time this month, a little bit more than you normally do, just to kind of like reset and regroup. You may have stuff going on behind closed doors that you're not really ready to share with the world yet. You're not talking about it. You're not out there promoting it yet because it's just not ready. You're still in this process here. And with the environment being the moon, there's a lot of uncharted territory, right? There's terrain that you haven't explored yet. And I think you're still, trying to navigate through this, trying to navigate how well it's going to go, trying to navigate, do you have the right people? Do you have the right resources? Are the right opportunities? Are they feeling good to you? Do they set well with you in your gut? It's very likely that there are going to be certain obstacles that present themselves, not for the sake of making your life difficult, but for the sake of confirmation that you're ready to move past these subconscious limits that you've set on yourself. Keep that in mind, right? Things will come up. Things will hurl themselves at you. And you're going to have to say, I'm done with having that in my life. I'm done with this being my circumstance. I'm done with this pattern. I'm done with this way of life. I'm done with this. And I want something better for myself, or I want something else for myself. Maybe not better, but just something else. I want expansion and I don't want this restriction. So I choose expansion. And you're going to have to be very careful, I think, when you're dealing with other people as well, because there's going to be some things that are going to be very telling. If you find yourself casting judgment, if you find yourself jumping to conclusions or making assumptions about things, you are more than likely 100% going to be proven wrong about something at some point in time. And it's going to really more be about where you're coming from. And that is always hard. Like when you look at someone else and you see something and it doesn't feel great, but then you realize that you actually are that thing as well, or you do that thing, or you're coming from that same place too. And you have to kind of reconcile that within yourself and say, okay, well, there's a lot I can learn from that which I project out. So every time that natural instinct to project something onto someone else in whatever form it takes, every time that comes out, you have a chance to go inside and say, where is the origin of this? Where is this really coming from? And is this actually hindering me? Because at this point, nothing has anything to do with anybody else, not with these cards. This is all about what's going on inside of Leo. Okay, and we have this stay strong, be a guiding light. We have the Empress in the very center of the reading, which tells me that you are in this place. Again, there's a lot of opportunity. We got all these aces coming out, and I feel like this is a month of faith and trust and opportunities, right? Because when choices present themselves, every choice is an opportunity for something. It's an opportunity to make a decision. And when we make decisions, we change our life. So we have to understand the string of cause and effect that's going on here, okay? You want to be a guiding light. You want to be someone who stands firmly in their power, stands firmly in their essence, stands strong in their love and their bounty. And to be this shining beacon as an example of what's possible for others. But in order to really be the embodiment of that, you also have to kind of put your money where your mouth is. And every moment spent casting a judgment or making an assumption or, thinking that something is one thing when maybe it could be a completely different thing is a waste of time, right? Until they achieve this faith and trust, they waste themselves and their true creative powers on useless attempts to make themselves more comfortable by inappropriate means. Okay, your light comes from that connection with the divine and only from the connection with the divine. And you'll know the difference between what is a true connection with the divine and what is not. The moon is kind of calling you back home. And again, we have the high priestess, which of course is a very moon-like energy as well, plus this card right here, which is a card of Cancer, which is ruled by, you guessed it, the moon. So the moon is like the whole thing this month. It's all about the moon. It's all about the sacred feminine. It's all about truth. Truth being veiled in light. And when you are the embodiment of truth, your light gets brighter. Okay? So we also have this communicate with clarity card. Don't make assumptions. Oh, well, there you go. There's the word, right? Make assumptions. Don't make assumptions. Communicate with clarity. It's going to be important for you maybe to kind of check out for a minute sometimes to gather your thoughts before you communicate with people, to ensure that you're communicating the right things in the right way. And to decide what's worth it and what's not, because there might be things that you would really like to say, but at the end of the day, you know it's not going to make any difference. Therefore, it is not worth the energy, and therefore it is a waste. Maybe you have a lot of like little themes popping up. This is a really powerful reading. It's just like I'm getting one punch after the other after another. It's like, don't waste your time. Don't waste your energy. Don't waste your thought power. It's not worth it. You have to be incredibly selective about what's worth it and what's not. Page of Fire can only walk down one path at a time anyway. There's a lot you can do on a single path, but it is still a single path nonetheless. So let's take a look at this 9-card block here, because I'm getting some interesting energies from the Queen of Cups reversed and the High Priestess reversed. So on one hand, these definitely represent aspects of you. Aspects of you in terms of your own blockages, your own stagnations, your own limiting beliefs, your own restrictedness, places where your heart is closed. And what's interesting with the Four of Coins is that often there's a vulnerability that lies behind the frigidity, right? There's a vulnerability. There's a sadness, there's a loss, there's a wounded child back there somewhere that had an experience, that had a trauma of some sort, and you're just in this mode of protection, and that's fine. You know, we all have our stories, we all have our things, but we get to a point in the healing journey where we say, I'm tired of being broken or feeling like I'm broken, because I'm not broken. I am, in essence, and always was and always will be, entirely whole. And so you kind of reclaim this wholeness. But there's clearly some kind of, there's just so much femininity coming through this reading. It's like a wounded feminine, a wounded woman in your life who set some kind of an example. Could be a mother, it could be something else. It doesn't have to be a woman per se, okay, but it is the wounded divine feminine energy that can get a little too surrendered sometimes, to the point of full-on self-sacrifice, right? Lack of boundaries. Someone that gave their power to someone else, or someone that succumbed to the authority of someone else, someone that doesn't see her own value. And I'm getting a sense that there was an outside or an external example of that. Some of you may relate this heavily to your mother, okay? Because the moon, Queen of Cups, the Empress, a lot of mother energy. Not saying it's all of you. You know, some of you have great relationships with your mother, and that's great. But you know, if you relate to it in that way, this is a month to really look at that, to really look at the impact that had on you. But again, not for the sake of wallowing in it, not for the sake of feeling sorry for yourself, but for the sake of saying, I don't want it. It doesn't belong. It doesn't fit into what I'm trying to do. And the thing that is with the Queen of Cups is that I think at this point, you see that person as someone who so easily could make a few decisions to improve their life circumstances and chooses not to. Repeatedly chooses not to improve their life. Repeatedly chooses to cower to their own restrictions. Look, the moon is a very reflective energy, and it's almost mirror-like. Like this should be like the mirror more than the moon, okay? Like the mirror. And I'm kind of sensing that, again, this outside person reflects something that you too have, that you too are dealing with. It's not so that you can follow down the same path, but rather so you can choose a different path. And that's what the moon presents, because this moon energy is going to throw a whole bunch of things at you. And it says, look, here's a crossroads. You can choose left or right. Okay, you choose to go left. All right, well, here's another crossroads, left or right again, left or right, left or right. And it just kind of keeps forking out, right? Just another fork and another fork and another fork. And you just get to keep choosing. And eventually that path will lead you somewhere. So this is just another fork in the road for Leo. It says, do you want to choose left or right, up or down, forwards or backwards? And you're going to see the results of what happens when you choose this path because it's sitting right in front of you. Someone who has no control over their life at all and is just completely closed off. Their heart space is just, it's like ice cold. And what's confusing about it, though, is that they would swear up and down what a giving, loving, kind-hearted person that they are. And maybe they are, but you can't really give if you can't really receive. And there's a big issue with the give and receive and the give and take going on here. And so maybe the question is your heart as open as you think it is? Or is your heart as open as you want it to be? Are you truly willing to put yourself in that vulnerable position? Are you willing to be raw and exposed? Now, one oracle card that I did not mention was this: a new romantic cycle begins. Now, there really could be a new person coming into your life, or if you're already married or in an established bond, this may be a great opportunity to reconvene. Now, we have Saturn going retrograde in your 7th house. Now, that's kind of old news. That's been going on for, a while now, but still, I think it's giving you that space to figure out this balancing of the scales a little bit, and how can you reach an equilibrium. So if you're single, getting rid of this blockage here, because you see this road, you see how this ends, because that person is right in front of you, you see it. So the effects of that are something that you don't want, so you choose something else. So opening this heart, opening this vulnerable aspect of yourself, you're going to notice that you're going to start drawing things and people in. And we see that with the aces. You're creating space for it. The more and more you reclaim this power, and the more and more you stop whatever, like whining or complaining. I don't normally see my Leos doing that, but I'm just saying, if you are doing that, if you are complaining, if you are in that negative mindset, if you are in that victim place, or you're feeling defeated by something, or you're feeling, a little bit of self-pity about whatever. Okay, I'm not saying all of you do, but if you are in that place, this is that chance to stop doing that and reclaim that responsibility and reclaim accountability as well. Holding yourself accountable for how things go moving forward. And when you reclaim that power, you start to draw all things towards you, right? Because like giving your power away, or the victim mindset, or the complaining, or the whining, or the self-pity, that's all like very outward. It's all like, well, that person and this person and and it's all like reflecting off of you, right? But when you pull it back in towards yourself, it's like going to create this vacuum, and a lot of stuff is going to be sucked into your life. A new romantic partnership could very well be where this is headed, ready or not. And if you're in a marriage, you could completely transform the nature of this relationship as well, for the better. Material and spiritual prosperity. It's going to work out well, especially when you're standing in your light. But I see this high priestess again as another kind of wounded feminine aspect. And sometimes when the high priestess is reversed, especially with the moon card coming out, like there's stuff that's going to come up. It's Cancer season. So, especially the first part of July, it's Cancer season. There's going to be stuff coming up, especially when Mercury comes through there on the 5th. Mercury is going to enter into Cancer. And there's going to be a lot of pretty significant access to our deepest emotion. Mercury is a messenger. He can come and go very, very quickly. And so when we have a feeling, we are able to really interpret it very quickly. So these emotions surface and we can deal with it easily. We can deal with it and release it. We can deal with it and make decisions based off of it. Because right now I don't see Leo really wanting to repeat any karma. The Empress is not really keen on repeating bad karma. She wants her life to be simple and luxurious and beautiful and amazing and full of love and nice material things. And she just wants to have a good, easy, pleasant, memorable human experience. That's what she wants. She doesn't want complication. She doesn't want drama. She doesn't want fear and all this. She just wants to enjoy her life. And clearly you have some examples of people who are not enjoying their life. So you get to move in that opposite direction. All right. So the more and more committed you are to truly enjoying your life, the more attractive you're going to be. And I see you kind of becoming more and more and more attractive, like physically and spiritually, which again is going to draw even more people into you. And we have this Two of Cups, tells me like, hey, Leo, like at the very minimum, you're going to have a pleasant conversation with someone. Like if this does not manifest in any way, shape, or form in terms of a new romantic relationship or a new partnership forming of some kind, like bare minimum, you're going to have a good conversation with someone. It may or may not resolve anything, but at least it's going to like put everything out there. And you're going to be able to like say, hey, this is where I'm coming from. This is what matters to me. This is what I value. This is where I'm headed in my life. This is my mission. This is my purpose. This is what I truly want. And another person, romantic or something else, is probably going to match you on some level. And you can have these deep, meaningful conversations about past lives and the universe and where we came from and all this existential stuff. Right? Or this whole like business thing. Right? What's my business going to be and where am I going to go and professionally and how can I help my community and how can I make more money? And, you're going to have these kinds of connections. Okay. And it's going to elevate you even that much more and ensure that you're even more committed to this higher path, this path of light than you ever were before. And I think the coming out of July as we move into August, will already be in Leo season at that point, since the sun enters Leo on the 22nd. But at that point, sun moves into Leo, we move into August, you're going to feel more empowered than you feel right now. And you're going to feel more on track than you feel right now when you're watching this at the beginning of July. And you're going to feel more excited and more exuberant and more enthusiastic, and you're going to feel more ready to truly embrace it. Because again, this Page of Wands, he knows that like one step in front of the other may seem insignificant at first, but once that ball is rolling and once that momentum is going, boom, boom, boom. I don't even mind the Ace of Coins in reverse, because the reversal it may mean just a little bit of a delay, but that's fine, because Earth is always the last to come through. It always begins in the mind or in the heart or in the spirit, right? With the will of the wands, taking action, emotions and actions. When those things are aligned, it doesn't take long for the head to really catch up. And it doesn't even take that much longer for the material world to catch up after that. So I know that the effects of your choices right now are going to prove positive for you. They are going to bring in the things that you are hoping that they will bring in. Okay? I hope that you can feel confident in that fact, because the aces don't lie. They can be subtle. Now remember, the aces are just potentials. You have to harness them and nurture them and provide them the right nutrients so that they can grow. But still, this is all rooted in your vibration. These things could not come in if you were not vibrating at that level. So that's why casting judgments on people and jumping to conclusions and making assumptions and looking from the outside in is really not the best idea for you right now, because you don't realize that what would actually be happening is that you would be locking yourself into a box that prohibits these things from coming in. I think the best thing you can do is give people the benefit of a doubt. Because what happens with these people, right, these types of people, is they do not give people the benefit of the doubt. They do not give people the space to improve. They base everything based on past experiences. Okay? But I think right now, your past needs to be let go to a degree. I'm not saying you can't learn lessons from the past. I'm not saying, you don't have life experience. But there's a difference between using your life experience and leveraging that into creating a better life, and using your past experience to think that everyone is terrible. You see what I'm saying? There's a distinction there. And I think right now, you're meant to go through a growth spurt. You're meant to accelerate your growth. You're meant to take your career to the next level, to expand your world experience, to expand your mind, to enhance your faith, especially your faith, with all this ninth house activity with Chiron and Jupiter going retrograde in there. Okay, so your faith is going to be tested, because moving away from this can be a little bit scary, because it means you are going to be raw and exposed. Okay? Let's take a look at these clarifiers, which I think are going to give us some more information that will be useful. So for those of you who are new to my channel, the clarifiers are the cards I cover in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be found in the description box in the comment thread down below. So if you want to join me, you can. We talk for usually around 25 to 30 minutes about these cards. Okay? So let's take a look here. We have the Page of Wands. What else do we need to know about the Page of Wands here? We have Nine of Wands, another Page of Coins. And we have the Lovers. Beautiful. I love the Lovers. Oh, hold on. Whoa. Okay, well, we got the Ten of Coins in the environment. The Fool. Two of Cups. Beautiful. I love this Two of Cups. I do. I really think, like, if you're putting yourself out there romantically and if you're really wanting something new, like if you're single, there's a very strong possibility that that could happen this month. Very strong. I'm not going to guarantee it, obviously. It's just a tarot reading, but it's possible. Magician reversed for the Queen of Cups. Queen of Swords reversed. Six of Swords. Yeah, I'm really not liking that Queen of Cups energy that much. That's definitely something you got to move away from. We got the Four of Coins. Fool reversed. Seven of Cups. Hanged Man reversed. Death. Okay, not really liking that first row. So you may be coming into July like from a really weird place. Okay, and Page of Coins reversed. I'm not even really sure what this even means. Hierophant. And we have the Star reversed with the King of Wands. Oh, we got some others. Oh, you know, I don't normally take this many, but they did all turn up right. It's five card clarifiers. I don't really like to clarify with 5 cards. That's usually too many, but that's okay. They all flipped over, so we'll take them. So now we have the Empress. Okay, we got the Three of Swords reversed, the Sun reversed, and then, oh, another Page of Wands. Okay. High Priestess. Five of Coins, Eight of Coins reversed. Ten of Cups reversed. Beautiful. Justice with the Two of Cups. I really feel like your relationships are actually going to be really enhanced. Like the healthy ones are just going to be enhanced all that much more. Oh, another High Priestess. Wow. Okay. The Page of Cups, another Ace of Coins reversed, and a Queen of Cups upright. King of Coins. Chariot reversed. Two of Wands, and then Seven of Swords at the bottom of the deck. Okay. Well, this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive. So if you want to join me, you are more than welcome. Again, link in the description box in the comment thread down below. If not, I wish you an amazing July, and I want to just, again, happy birthday to all the July Leos out there. All right? Thank you so much. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Virgo. Welcome to your July 2022 tarot card reading. Thank you so much for being here. So let's go ahead and get started with this card here. Now, this is like the Knight of Swords in traditional tarot, but this card says Messenger of Air. It gives me definitely a different feeling from the traditional Knight of Swords from the Rider-Waite deck. And this really signifies what the universe needs from you. And what I'm really sensing from this energy is like this incredible etheric quality coming out. And there's like this knowingness being stirred up inside of you that something is right. And I don't know exactly what that is, whether it's, you know, a new career choice or a new relationship choice, or if there's some trip you need to take or some financial decision you need to take. I don't know how it's going to truly manifest, but inside of you, there is this very quiet but very still place that says, yes, this is it. This is what it needs to be. And if you find that your mind is quite active, as it might, especially through June when we had Mercury coming through Gemini. Mercury is still in Gemini as of July 1st and will be moving into Cancer on the 5th. So just for the first few days of July. But I mean, Mercury is moving fast. He's moving through Gemini, and it's a very mentally active month. Plus we have Venus in Gemini as well. And yet when it moves into Cancer, it's going to kind of get dunked down into that emotional realm. And this is an opportunity for your head and your heart to come into alignment. And when you have that alignment, you have the stillness. And when you have the stillness, you have the kind of parting of the Red Seas, if you will, where you can start taking action, inspired action in a particular direction. Now, in the environment position, we have this patience card. And that's something that I know that, we don't always want to have to hear, is that we're, having to be patient, that we are having to hang on a little bit longer, or we have to wait till we see results on things. But I think you'll be able to handle that very well. You'll be able to keep your head down and keep just kind of doing what you're doing. I don't know that it's going to be a really hefty month in terms of work stuff, I think it's going to be more, you kind of just go do the things you're supposed to go do. And then in your free time, you get to really indulge in your passions a little bit. And you're going to probably need that time to, whether it's a hobby, it doesn't necessarily need to be something that's like monetized, right? This is just something that you really love just for yourself. And I think it's going to be something that's also very behind closed doors, that not a lot of people really know that Virgo does or is doing. There's like some secrecy here with the moon energy coming out a little bit. There's some secrecy with things. But right now, it's more about completion, or the process getting you closer toward completion of something. All right? And this is really going to be driven. Let's look at these oracle cards. This is really going to be driven by discontent and boredom, right? Because the reason why you are moving in this direction, or why you're making these particular choices, is because you are unsatisfied or dissatisfied with some state that you were at, right? You were dissatisfied with your bank account. You were dissatisfied with the way your living room looked. You were dissatisfied with the status of your health, or whatever it is. You just were feeling like it was time to grow and expand. It's time to take something to the next level. And your hard work is paying off. But with patience, hard work is paying off. You will see the reward. You will see the material reward. And I think that's something that's important to really stress, that there are material rewards to this thing that you are doing, whether it's through money or whether it's through just recognition, even if that's not even what you're really looking for. But there will be recognition, there will be acknowledgement, there will be interest, okay? There will be people who are interested in it. There will be people who want to purchase it. There will be people that want to go on a date with you, all right? So whatever it is, there will be a payoff, which maybe makes it a little bit better, which maybe makes having patience a little bit better. And this may not have to do with a situation that, please don't think that this has to do with something that you don't have control over, meaning someone else. This is not a story that really involves a lot of other people, I don't think. I think this has a lot to do with what you are doing with your time, what you are prioritizing, and what feels best for you. And it's going to require your focus. You are going to have to tune things out, turn off the noise, external noise, especially from people who really aren't doing the things that are aligned with what you're doing, So you got to be careful with who you listen to. You got to be careful with the advice that you take. And that's why I think there is that element of privacy or element of secrecy because Virgo just doesn't want to be distracted, and they don't want to be sent down a spiral of self-sabotage, which is why you have to protect. And we have this new birth guarded vigilantly, meaning you are, with vigilance, guarding this birthing process that you're going through, because something is being birthed for sure. We even got a card over here that says rebirth itself is merely the dawning on your mind of what is already in it, which I love that with the Ace of Swords as well. Your mind is like unlocking this new layer of possibility, this new layer of creation and creativity, this new layer of confidence, whatever it is and however it's manifesting for you. It will be specific for you, but this is why it has to be guarded or protected, and why Virgo might not really be that available. We do have Chiron and Jupiter going retrograde in your 8th house this month. And with all the 11th house activity going on, I see, it's in Cancer as well. So I mean, like there's depth with the 8th house and setting yourself free from things that you've been bonded to with Jupiter retrograde. There's release there. And then there's a little bit of detachment with the 11th house activity. As Mercury goes through Cancer, and Mercury is moving fast through Cancer, by the way. He's only going to be in there for a couple of weeks. He's going in on the 5th and then he's leaving on the 19th. So he's just like in and out really, really fast. And he's going to do his work very fast in the 11th house. And 11th house can be a house that pulls you out of society a little bit for higher purpose reasons. And as much as there's a lot of friendship and groups and associations and stuff that go through there, and you may have social activities and social events going on, but I don't think that's where your interest really is. That's why it's like you're going to be maybe out and you'll be like, oh my gosh, I just want to be home. I want to be working on this thing. I want to be focused on my thing. And I don't want this extra. I don't want this gravy. I just really want this stillness, because I know that it's right. I know that is the path that I really need to take. And as you commit more fully to that, again, new layers continually reveal themselves like this onion being peeled back over and over and over. And some gold is just going to fall out of you. Right? It's just going to just like plop in your face, and you're going to be like, oh my gosh, wow, I didn't know I had that in me. And I'm going to say one thing that I've been saying to a lot of people, especially in my private readings, that like we haven't seen the best of ourselves yet, right? Like when it comes to the astrological environment over the next few years, there's massive, massive development going on, massive change happening for us as individuals. And when I think Pluto really comes into Aquarius and Saturn is going to be through Pisces, this is like the time really when we are truly preparing for us to like really launch, okay? To really, really launch. Be, feel, receive abundance. All that you desire is achievable. And maybe that's what's happening. Maybe that's what's really unfolding for you, is this true belief that yes, this is possible for you. This true belief that you are good enough. This true belief that you are worthy. This true belief that what you do matters and what you do provides a great deal of value. So you're not going to be sitting here second guessing anything. It's just like, yes, I know this is good. I know this is going to be something that truly contributes to society and humanity in some way. Okay? And then we also have this one from the 4 Agreements deck. Be impeccable with your word, right? And then it says replace fear with love. And that's, Virgo, if there are manifesting like the shadow components of Virgo can, of course, we know, be very critical and be very judgmental. And we know, of course, that that's just a projection at this point, right? So it's not necessarily what they really think of that other person. More so it's like a reflection of what they think of themselves. But as a Virgo grows and develops and consciously chooses the higher vibrational aspects of Virgo itself, of the Virgo archetype, it tends to become less and less and less judgmental, to the point of becoming completely non-judgmental, to being completely accepting. and to express that love in incredibly meaningful ways. And whatever it is that you're doing behind closed doors, whatever it is you're building and creating, and whatever it is you're learning, okay, all of that is going to enhance the love that you contribute to the world. Because we know, right, that famous phrase, be the change you wish to see in the world, or be the change you seek, or whatever the phrase is. And what we all want truly is a peaceful world. And so in order for that to happen, we ourselves must be at peace. We ourselves must be in love. And when I say in love, of course, I mean being in a state of love. And I know it's hard to do it all the time. I'm not saying we're all perfect or whatever, but I know that that's really where this is going. And because Cancerian energy is activated through Cancer season, at least the first couple weeks or few weeks of July rather, we have the depth and we have the connection with our past. And when I say our past, I don't just mean our childhoods here in this lifetime. I mean the true essence from whence we came, which is spirit itself. The womb of the universe, if you will, is very Cancerian. Okay, so we are aligning with this universal cosmic force and becoming that love. And one of the ways that we are expressing it is through one of these ideas, through one of these creative endeavors. And I think there's like a compelling need for Virgo to do this. It's a very aggressive desire to ensure that this thing happens, to ensure this thing is created, to ensure these words are said, to ensure this skill is learned, right? It has to. And you're going to be exerting a great deal of willpower with this. And I think as Mars comes through Taurus, there's a very strong work ethic as well. And this is a test of willpower. You are going to have to choose to focus, have to choose to succeed, have to choose to invest, have to choose to put yourself out there a little bit, to choose to be vulnerable, to consciously choose those things for the sake of not only peace within yourself, but doing the only thing that you are inspired to do to make this world a better place, a more beautiful place, a more loving and light-filled place. And through this process is going to be a significant release for you, Virgo. There will be, because again, Cancer season and also Leo season being 11th house and 12th house activation for you this month, there's that sort of disconnect from the worldly, especially through Leo season. We are going to lose attachments that simply no longer serve. And next month, in August, this is a little premature, but in August, the sun is going to come into an opposition with Saturn over in Aquarius, and there's going to be some pretty substantial endings at that point. And for many of you, that will impact your work environment, okay? But it's time to really let those things go. It's time to really accept that a certain path didn't work out and it's not going to work out, and that there has to be something new. And that's what this Ace of Swords feels. It's like, it's not very loud, this Ace of Swords. It doesn't feel loud and abrupt. It feels like you've always known it, right? Where does it say this? It's the dawning on your mind of what is already in it, right? Like you've always known it. It's just now it's in your consciousness enough that you can do something about it. And here's that energy of the social activity. Yes, there will likely be quite a lot of social activity, or at least opportunities for social stuff. Although I don't see you being fully connected when you arrive at those places. So you go to a wedding, you go to a party, you go to a work event, you go to a birthday, you meet friends, and you're just kind of like there, but you're not really there. And while these are great, high quality people, I think for you, your energy is more wanting to be in the workspace. It's more wanting to be in the tangible realm. Like you want to see progress with stuff. And these types of social events, while good for the soul, right? I think, laughter and joy and all that is good for the soul. But I don't know. It's just the work wants to come through you right now. Maybe this is Saturn retrograde in the 6th house. Maybe this is Mars through the 9th. Maybe it's a little bit of both. I don't know. Mars coming into a square with Saturn. I don't know what it's going to be. But this desire for Virgo to work needs to be really taken advantage of, because it's going to feel really good, because you're going to see a lot of progress very quickly, even through small steps each day. And like I say, it's not something that people really know about. I get this feeling that you have something going on separate from your main work stuff, and you're just kind of keeping it on the DL because it's not developed enough. But if you really fully develop it, maybe by August you'll be ready to display, you'll be ready to publish, you'll be ready to put it out there, And we have this Hierophant directly in the center. And I love the Hierophant and the Emperor coming out together, because it tells me on many, many, many levels that Virgo is truly standing in their power, that the alignment that they crave is absolutely present. This is why it's like the stillness here, this very etheric, quiet knowingness. There's no doubt, there's no question, there's no imposter syndrome, because that stuff's a waste of energy, and I think that's part of the 5 of Cups, part of the stuff that needs to really leave Virgo's life. I think whatever it is you're doing is actually an important part of your healing and karma erasing process. You're erasing the fear, erasing the imposter syndrome, erasing the self-doubt, and in turn healing the wounds which cause those things to pop up in your mind to begin with. And the more and more noise you tune out, the more still you become, the more aligned you become, the more inspired you become, the more active you become, the more productive you become. It just keeps getting better and better and better and better. And it's interesting that this truly is about the process, and we have this patience card, and that's what Virgo is really all about, processing. You are the processor of the zodiac, which is why you're so often linked to technical analysis and, logistics and manufacturing and, all that kind of stuff, because it's all about how do we get from point A to point B in the most efficient and effective manner. It's not really about the outcome. I mean, it is, but the outcome only as a part of the process, not the outcome itself. So this whole thing is so beneficial for your manifestation abilities. There's something beautiful emerging, and it's coming from this beautiful, deep place. Now, the moon is a tricky energy, okay, because the moon is this very unknown, mysterious realm. When I first started kind of doing these videos on YouTube way back in 2015, I used to call this the big question mark of the tarot. And I'm kind of pulling that definition back, because that's really, in a lot of ways, what it could represent is just this dark, dimly lit path that you don't really know where it's going. But that's why it's the commitment to the process. It's one step in front of the other. You have to take one action, and then in response to that action and the effect of that action, then in turn take another action. It's very basic stuff. This is not complicated. It's not rocket science, but sometimes when we are conscious of what we are doing, it makes the process that much easier, and it makes us that less stressed, and it makes us feel more confident moving forward. This whole thing that you have going on is something that is leverageable for your future self. And I don't know where that's going to go, other than to say that it's going to take you somewhere great with the Emperor and with the Hierophant. To me, I see you as an authority figure. I see you as an expert. I see you as a voice of reason, a consultant. I see you as someone whose opinions matter and other people respect you. You're putting yourself in a position of authority by doing whatever it is you're doing. And the more authority you have, the more you can truly help. The more you can truly create a positive effect, the more you can heal. This is not authority for authority's sake. That's not the goal of the messenger of air. And I love the air component because we know the air is associated with that heart chakra, right? So there's love present here. And the more and more love you offer, the more and more love you can then in turn receive. And we have this, remember, replace fear with love. This is your own process of replacing fear with love. And then you're going to be able to show others how to do that for themselves as well. You're putting yourself in a leadership position, whether you realize it or not. For some of you, it might be a more literal leadership position, like management. For others of you, it might be a less obvious leadership position. You know, it's just you do something or you say something or you give an interview somewhere and all of a sudden people are like taking notice of you and they're listening to you because you provided value to them, because that you made an impact in their lives. Not the goal. It's not the goal. Creating impact is not the goal for Virgo. But that's the effect. And the Knight of Cups tells me that you're just sort of, you're ignorant to the effects of what's going to happen, right? Like you're not privy to that information. But yet there's still a part of you that is so dedicated, even stubborn, right? We've got this Taurus card here in the center. You're stubborn, you're stuck on this idea, maybe to the level of like even obsessed with getting it done, obsessed with doing it, to the point where you do like cancel plans with people and say, nope, I got to get to work instead. Like I got to go do this thing. Sorry, I really just can't, you know? Not available, do not disturb, type thing. And, but this compelling need to complete this compelling need to do it in the first place is truly coming from a future self pulling you in a specific direction. And the future self is a manifestation of desires that have been implanted in your heart for a long time. And you're going to get there, but this month is critical in getting you there. The work that is done now changes the trajectory of a lot of things. Okay? So this is kind of a bigger, it's quiet, but it's a bigger reading. It's pivotal. It's a pivotal time. So let's take a look at the clarifiers. Now, for those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we will cover in the comprehensive reading. We normally talk for 25 to 30 minutes additional about these cards. So if you want to join me, you are more than welcome. Link in the description box in the comment thread down below. So let's start with the Messenger of Air, which is the Knight of Swords. What else does Virgo need to know about what the universe needs from them? So we have Four of Swords, beautiful. Okay, clearly that one. Eight of Swords. And another Moon. Okay, now for the environment, what's going on around you? Five of Wands. Ten of Coins. And the Lovers, beautiful. All right, grab the other deck here. Let's start with the Ace of Swords. What else does Virgo need to know about the Ace of Swords? Okay, definitely that one. Queen of Swords reversed. Another Lovers. And the Seven of Coins. Seven of Coins definitely going hand in hand with this Patience card here. Wands. Hermit reversed. Another Eight of Swords. The Empress. Strength. Seven of Swords. Beautiful. Eight of Wands. We love to see that. Love to see a Three of Wands too, especially when we're talking about the lucrative qualities of this. Hierophant. Okay, we got the Eight of Wands, Six of Swords reversed, and a Knight of Swords. Beautiful. Okay, now for the Three of Swords reversed. Six of Wands reversed. Eight of Coins reversed. Another Four of Swords. Five of Swords reversed. Judgment. I think you're going to have a lot of breakthroughs, Emperor. The Emperor is both an aspect of you and someone else. So we're going to talk about him as someone else in the comprehensive. The Sun. The Emperor is someone you really respect a lot. Like a lot, a lot. Ten of Cups. Four of Coins. Ace of Swords reversed. This is what I mean by being ignorant to the effects of what this is really going to do for you. I think you're thinking smaller than you should be. Three of Coins reversed. Okay, so this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive. So if you want to join, again, that link will be in the description box in the comment thread down below. You guys know I love you. Have an amazing July, and I will talk to you soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Libra. Welcome to your July 2022 tarot card reading. Thank you so much for being here. I'm so excited about the energy for you guys this month. I think it's going to be a very productive month for you guys in a lot of different kinds of ways. We have the Sun activating your 10th house, you know, so there's kind of that kind of career path or life path kind of energy coming out to play a little bit. And with this Queen of Wands, which is in the position that signifies what the universe needs from you, you know, this is a month to really tap into your passion, right? This is a month to delve into your creative endeavors, to really just like go inside yourself, but not for the sake of like introspection and meditation so much as it is to like drudge up this energy that is needed to kind of push you over the finish line with something. And the Queen of Fire is an incredibly independent and autonomous energy. And I'm seeing, like, I feel strongly that there's something that like you really got to do on your own, whether you're married, whether you're in a partnership or a business partnership or whatever you have going on with relationships. There's something that you have to kind of do on your own right now. And what I love about the Emperor over here in the environment position is it's twofold, okay? One, it may be an actual person, okay? That there may be someone in your life that you are going to potentially start modeling yourself after, or sort of adopting certain behaviors that are going to be helpful and beneficial. This could be like a mentor or someone that you just respect. Okay, so it doesn't matter what the relationship type is, but it's someone that you genuinely respect. And it's someone that is probably living the kind of life that you want for yourself. They have the money that you want. They have the love that you want. They have the home that you want. And there's something very inspiring about that. And it's not for jealousy, right? There's no envy. There's no jealousy coming out. This is about seeing someone who has achieved the very same things that you want to achieve and finding that inspirational and that lighting the fire under your butt a little bit in order to get something going. And the second way this Emperor energy is sort of manifesting is, this is a card of Aries. Okay, now we have Jupiter and Chiron going retrograde this month. The Jupiter retrograde doesn't happen until the 28th, so we'll talk more about it with the August readings, but it's still going to be moving really, really slow throughout the bulk of July. And so you may feel like things are kind of like there's passion, but there's also this it's very methodical. It's very consistent, very persistent. And the thing with the Emperor that I often see is it's like long-term mastery or long-term success, long-term achievement. And this month is going to give you the wherewithal to really attack the things that need to be tackled, and slowly but with persistence move in this right direction. It's kind of like this slow but very solid steamroll, right? It's a very powerful movement for Libra right now. But what's going to happen at the end of this, maybe not necessarily the end of July, but like the end of this thing you're trying to go after, is a great deal of success and you putting yourself in this position of authority, or putting yourself in this position of power, or of someone who has value to a lot of other people. And I don't quite know exactly what that means. Chances are that's mostly going to manifest within your career life or your social life in some way, shape, or form, that will ultimately end up being quite lucrative. Okay? Now let's kind of go through some of these oracle cards here. We have your dreams need a practical plan. And that's one thing I think that the Emperor truly inspires, right? Is kind of like this strategy. Now we have Mercury going direct. Mercury's going to be finishing out his transit through Gemini, and he's just going to be barreling through Cancer. He's going to be moving really, really fast through Cancer. And I think your mind is really it's going to be very active. Your energy levels have the potential to be very high. Even though Mars is in Taurus, Mars in Taurus is going to be a really industrial energy, right? This is about actually doing the work. Okay, so the drive is there. It's definitely there. The strategy is going to become clear. You might not know the whole picture, but you're going to know what you're going to need to do this month. You know what needs to be finished. You know what tasks need to be done. And you know that when you're done, that there will be something good at the end of it. It's almost as though you're sort of doing the carrot and the stick thing with yourself. Like you're holding your own carrot in front of your own face, just to ensure that you're really getting it done. I don't see Libra doing the procrastination thing. I don't see Libra holding off or being lazy or being tired or whatever. I don't see that this month. I see the flow and I see the passion that may have been really lacking with all of that Pisces energy in your 6th house, okay? We have this bring it into form, which I love actually with the 10 of coins up here, because that's what this is all about. It's about bringing it into your life. But see, again, the Queen of Fire, the Queen of Wands, she's not necessarily, she has material goals, but she really is more in love with the process. She really is more in love with the adventure of everything. That's why she doesn't hold back, because she's not outcome oriented. That's why she can be so unapologetically herself, because she just doesn't really care. She's in love with her process. She's in love with her growth journey. She's in love with her ascension. She's in love with the development of her technical skills. She just loves this learning process. All right. And that's what's really going to be the key to your success here. And that's how it's really going to come into form. And then we have this other card here that says, everything is as you've created. All you create offers you lessons in life. And again, exactly, the lessons, the process and the lessons, that's where the Queen of Wands really thrives. And she's going to love it, and you're going to love it. You're going to love where this journey takes you, whatever it ends up being. But you do have to make good choices, right? Choose wisely. There are going to be certain decisions that are needing to be made. Now, as Mars comes through Taurus, all right, there is going to be significant emphasis on things that you are bonded to, right? Things that you are obliged to, specifically financial obligations, things that you're tied to, certain debts that you may have. There may be certain things going on with your spouse as well. And Mars can be, he can be pretty abrupt, and he can bring like kind of short-term pivots, with things. And he can also bring endings too. Mars can definitely have that effect. He's not as potent as like say Saturn or Pluto, but he can definitely come in. And even though this is a card of Gemini, I still see this very Mars-like in my head. I don't know why. It's like, that is the epitome of Mars, really. And so I feel like you are, I don't know, I get this sense that you're going to be making some pretty substantial pivots in your life. Cutting things off, paying things off, collecting from people that owe you, getting into contracts, getting into agreements, signing new paperwork with people, that kind of thing. And in a way, I don't see any reason why not. I think, again, it will all be very lucrative for you. And then we also have this ceremony invocation card, which talks about those moments of like calling in like angelic powers, if you will, if we could call it that. The higher self, spirit, invoking this sort of higher plane for inspiration. And remember, you're not really asking for like the money, really. You're really asking for the wisdom. And I think that's what makes her, so different, is that's really where she thrives. She just wants to experience life, regardless of what happens, regardless of failures or successes. And because you are asking for wisdom, you will be granted wisdom, and you'll be given all sorts of ingredients, right? All sorts of things to put this life together, to put this project together, to put this whatever it is together. And then we have this: always do your best, honor yourself, right? From the 4 agreements, honor yourself. So when it comes to dealing with people, really, again, you're going to have to say, like, really, what is best for me? And this is something that Libra is not necessarily the best at. Because of the nature of the scales, there is always that tendency to be incredibly considerate of the other person. And right now, though, I don't see Libra caring that much about the other person. I'm not saying you don't love people. I'm not saying you don't want the best for people. But really, your priority is what's best for me. Because what's best for Libra is what's best for your spouses, it's what's best for your children, it's what's best for your coworkers or your employees, whatever your situation, it's what's best for all. So you're like in this self-priority mode right now. And I think that's one of the reasons why this slow but also highly productive time is going to be even that much more productive, because you're really doing it for yourself. Because you honor yourself, because you love yourself, because you want your worldly experience to be fruitful. Okay? Now we have this little quote card that says, God is as incapable of creating the perishable as the ego is of making the eternal. And I love that, kind of that contrast between the eternal and the perishable. And Queen of Fire, she burns things down. She has no problem building and burning and building and burning and building and burning. And she has no problem with the cycles, and she has no problem with pivoting and moving on and moving into a new relationship. She has no problem following her heart and being all in. All right? This is about your ego really getting out of the way and really embracing every day as though it is part of an eternal journey. Okay? So let's get into this 9-card block here, starting off with the 10 of coins. This is what I mean. Bring it into form. Choose wisely. Your dreams need a practical plan, because 10 of coins. Because 10 of coins is about fortune. It is about money. It is about acquiring money. And look, I think this is very strong Libra energy. I really do. I think this is you going after it and saying, this is the essence of what I'm needing in my life right now. And maybe Libra is not feeling especially spiritual right now, as Jupiter is preparing for its retrograde and Chiron is going into its retrograde over in Aries. Maybe you're just kind of over the spiritual stuff right now. And in the same way that all things ebb and flow, sometimes our focus is more, in the boundlessness of the world, and other times it's in the limitlessness or in the limited part of the world, and right now I think you're more in the mundane realm. We had way too much of that existential stuff going on with the Pisces stuff. There was a lot of magical stuff. There was a lot of manifestation stuff. There was a lot of consciousness stuff. And that was great and it was wonderful. But right now, this is about the material. And I see you pushing that forward in your life. I see you actually achieving really, really great things. Becoming an emperor and being inspired by an emperor, which I actually see as this King of Wands down here as well. Okay, because this King of Wands, I think you're coming out as the Queen energy a little bit, kind of looking toward this King of Wands. Now, this King of Wands has his back to you, which means that there may not be a lot of interaction. And so I'm kind of sensing that your relationship to this emperor or this King of Wands is actually a little bit at a distance. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's at a distance or whether it's close up, because it's just about the motivation. It's just about the inspiration, because this person is getting you into this really directed mode. Your focus is laser sharp. And there's no deterring Libra right now. And as a cardinal sign, sometimes I think we forget, with all of the stereotypical Libran attributes, we forget that cardinal nature of Libra, which is all about initiation, right? The ability to initiate and the ability to build and to rise and to bring things up and to grow things. It's like a big crescendo, right? That's the essence of Libra and all the cardinals. It's a crescendo energy. All right, so we are trying to really accentuate that in our life. And you may have multiple things going on, because I'm sensing with this Knight of Swords, with the Gemini nature of this, since it is the Gemini card. I know it's not a Mars card, okay? But it is a Mercurial card. And there is this nature of multitasking or doing multiple projects or working with a lot of different people or, whatever it is, but they're all in this crescendo mode. And because of this productivity, I do see Libra being a little bit inaccessible right now, especially for people who don't serve you or for people who have hurt you or people who have betrayed you. Libra is just shut the door, close it off. I am not available. I have fire in my heart. I have goals I want to achieve, and I just simply don't have time for anyone else's nonsense that's not aligned with what I've got going on in my life. Okay, because with the 5 of Wands, it's possible that you may have some area of your life or a particular relationship, or, it could be your coworkers, or it could be an issue with a spouse, Mars coming through the 8th house can bring about that aggressiveness, plus the Jupiter and Chiron retrogrades happening in the 7th. So whatever the nature of your relationships, that's the chaos. And I think that's the annoyance there, that 5 of Wands. It's a very annoying energy for Libra to have to deal with, because it is so intrusive and it is so interruptive, right? It completely breaks down the whole flow of things. And what happens when you engage in the Five of Wands energy is you kind of dim that fire a little bit. And then it takes a little bit for that to kind of come back. It's like you have to leave the Five of Wands situation. You have to go into another room or into another house, or, leave the office, whatever it is. And you have to like regroup. And that takes time to regroup, because you all may have your own process. It's not like you can just like leave this Five of Wands and then just go into your Ten of Coins acquisition mode. You have to like breathe or do a meditation. You have to do this ceremony stuff, whatever that means for you. You have to quiet the mind and kind of not repress, right? I'm not talking about repression or suppression. I'm not talking about denial, all right? But that Five of Wands is just like, it's kind of like fingernails down a chalkboard right now. And yet it's still present, because I think a lot of people may regret, right? You have a card that says choose wisely. That also applies to a lot of other people as well. They too have to choose wisely. They too have to make good decisions. And if they don't, everyone's going to be feeling that too. And they may kind of take the brunt of that, their own poor decisions, out on you. And I think that's actually a good thing. And I'll tell you why. Because you're getting a glimpse into someone's inner instability with that. And that inner instability is not cohesive with the Ten of Coins. You can't build a Ten of Coins with someone who has that level of instability. You can't build a Ten of Coins with someone who's second guessing themselves, or who is still like operating from that wounded inner child place. And some of you may be questioning, kind of some important relationships that you have in your life. And you may actually go into a period of questioning, like, can I really do this with this person? Can this really be what I want it to be? Can we bring it into form together? And some of you are going to answer no to that, especially as Mars gets closer and closer to the Uranus North Node conjunction, which is happening this month in the 8th house for you guys. Plus Venus is going to be making her way into Cancer on the 17th as well. That Uranus North Node conjunction is officially happening on the 31st, so like the very last day of July. But you will be feeling the effects of that probably all month, because what's happening is you're clicking forward into your destiny, and Mars is going to really amplify that even more. And if someone is not, like, I don't know, like, it's just hard, and it's not going to be very mentally, I mean, it's not going to feel good mentally to be thinking about this kind of stuff. It's not going to feel good to think about leaving someone behind. It's not going to feel right. It's not going to feel, because it's not that this person is toxic, or these people. It may be like, your office. So a lot of times I see this as like office politics or sibling rivalries or things like that. So it's not necessarily has to be a romantic situation, but for some of you, it will be. And it doesn't feel good to think that maybe you can't really build with this person because they're not on the same track. They're just not on the same track, and they don't have the same type of vision. And maybe you did share the same vision at one point, but I think there's a difference between saying or thinking that you have a vision, and there's a difference between that and living according to your mission or according to your vision. So you're the one that wants to live according to the vision, not just talk about it. You want to be the embodiment of it. And so with the star, I do see an element of freedom. an element of freedom with you. And I think you're going to be coming in closer contact with what it is that you're really capable of in a lot of ways. You know, what are you capable of career-wise? What are you capable of financially? What are you capable of really creating? You know, is Taurus being one of the most creative. When I say creative, I don't necessarily mean they can be really Taurus can be a highly artistic sign as well. It is Venus ruled after all. But I mean like creative in terms of like bringing it into a reality, right? It's the most creative in that regard. And you are setting the standard really, really, really high for yourself. You're setting the standard high for a lot of other people too, right? The people who are watching you. And I get this sense that it's going to feel really good, that you're really stepping into this potential that you know you have this, right? You know you have this potential. You know you have this ability to grow. You know how valuable you are. And now you get to really just be that. And now this King of Wands, again, similar to the Emperor, an inspiration, back turned to you. I don't know how much contact, like I said, it's like there's an energy of like being at a distance with this person. A lot of wisdom this person can offer you, a lot of advice, a lot of strategy, a lot like a good sounding board type of thing. I think this was similar to what I talked about in the Virgo reading. I can't quite remember the Virgo reading, but I think it was similar to that, which makes sense with Virgo being in the 12th, that there's someone relevant. And I think that you can lean on this person. You can rely on this person for sage advice that will enhance your productivity and really ensure that this 10 of coins truly does come into a reality. Because with the Sun, I absolutely see it coming to fruition for you. But remember, it's not really about the outcome. Even though I'm talking about outcomes, it's not really about that, and it never really was. This is about you and how you enable your own inner light to truly shine. See, that's what I don't like about the 5 of Wands, is like this completely puts out your flame. Completely drains you, completely annoys you, completely puts you in this irritable position, and it hinders your creativity and productivity. So that's why you have to be so careful, 9 of Wands, about keeping that stuff out. And this is kind of a tough card because sometimes I often feel like there's a quality of exhaustion with this. You know, it's like you got to the point in your life with something where you actually had to like put up this wall. You know, like it got to that point because someone didn't respect the boundary. And so now you have to be the one that has to put up real boundaries. And that can look like not accepting phone calls and blocking people and walking away, walking out of their life. It could look like quitting your job, or it could look like, something else. But it's like a very real wall. And people dealing with Libra or trying to get access to Libra, they're going to realize that Libra is just not nearly as available as they used to be. Right? It's that autonomy, it's that independence, it's that self-focus that I talked about, especially with the Sun. Prioritizing your light, prioritizing your pathway, prioritizing your passion. Okay? Let's pull out some clarifiers. So for those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we will cover in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be found in the description box and the comment thread down below. We'll usually talk for like 25-30 minutes about these cards, okay? So let's take a look here. Let's see what comes through. So we're going to use the Queen of Fire. So let's clarify the Queen of Fire here. Okay, we got, oh, beautiful, 8 of Wands. Okay, 9 of Swords. There's a lot of contrast here. Cancer season does have a tendency to really like sink us down, and especially as the Sun comes into that opposition with Pluto, And it's coming into a square with Jupiter and Chiron, you know. So the sun is definitely being affected by some of these transits, by this transit. And it can bring out a lot of emotion. And the Hermit. Okay. See what I mean? You're on your own with the Hermit. Now for the environment, we have the Emperor. Oh, okay. We have a Queen of Swords, a Knight of Coins, and a Two of Cups. Beautiful. Okay. Now let's pull a lot of opportunities in the environment for you. A lot of opportunities. So let's take a look at this 10 of Coins. Two of Swords reversed. Temperance reversed. Ooh, another Eight of Wands upright. Beautiful. Now for the Knight of Swords. The Ace of Coins. Oh, wow, these really want to come out, don't they? Oh, beautiful. Another 10 of Coins. I love that. And wow. Okay. A lot of that money stuff coming through. Now we have the 9 of Wands. Yeah, it's like you don't even feel sorry about it. There's nothing to feel sorry about. We have 7 of Wands. I just pulled out too many cards there, so let's do one more. And Page of Coins, okay. Tower reversed. Yeah. Another Emperor. Fool reversed. Get the Moon. And we have another Sun reversed and a King of Cups. Okay. Three of Coins reversed. Chariot reversed and 6 of Swords. 4 of Wands. The World. World reversed. Another Hermit. There's something weird about this. I don't know, like this King of Wands, this Emperor energy. I don't know. There's something weird about it. It's like they're there but not there. And I do sense distance, like physical distance, or it's like you're only communicating over email or something. Like there's not a lot of like real contact, and yet they are so influential in your life. 6 of Wands. Ten of Wands. We have 4 of Coins. Another 9 of Wands. And Ace of Swords reversed with Strength at the bottom of the deck. Okay. All right, Libra, this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive. There's quite a few more details coming out here, so I'm super excited to do this reading with you. So if you want to join, that link will be in the description box in the comment thread down below. If not, then I wish you guys an amazing July, and I hope to see you guys soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Scorpio. Welcome to your July 2022 tarot card reading. Thank you so much for being here. So let's go ahead and get started with the Queen of Fire, which is the card that signifies what the universe needs from you. So as we progress through July, it's going to be very important to what I'm really hearing is not be so hard on yourself. Queen of Fire, she's passionate, she's unapologetic, she really shows up for herself, she truly believes in what she's doing. She believes in where she's going. She believes in her value. And she knows that, this is supposed to be fun. I think in a lot of ways, she takes things seriously, but not in a very serious way. It's like she knows she wants to achieve her goals, and she'll pretty much do anything to achieve them. But she also is like, yeah, but this is supposed to be more about the journey. So let's have fun. Let's laugh. Let's bring people in. Let's collaborate. Let's grow. Let's experiment. Let's try, So she kind of has like this sort of serious but not so serious vibe. And the world over here in the environment is a suggestion that some kind of chapter, and I think it's been like kind of a gross chapter of your life, if I'm going to say that with the 10 of Swords right next to it. It's just kind of like a chapter of your life that you kind of just want to write off, just call it a loss, write it off and move on. And, it was just like this whole consolidation of things catching up with you. And it's not to say you didn't have any progress. It's not to say you were completely shut down or anything like that. It's just that things got a little bit thick. They got a little bit like molasses. It was thick and sticky, and you don't want to be here anymore. And I know that with the world, it does kind of act like this portal. It's a very subtle turnover energy, but it's very powerful at the same time. Subtle but powerful. It does represent it's the last number of the major arcana, right? Number 21. It's the end of the major arcana, which signifies the ending and beginning all in one. Ready or not, right? Ready or not, Scorpio is kind of getting pushed through this eye of the needle, if you will, and you're having to get a little uncomfortable because this got a little too comfortable. And honestly, I think you may have gotten a little fed up with yourself to a degree, because you know what you're capable of, you know what your potential is, and and yet maybe you allowed something to stick around for far too long, and then it became problematic. And now you're like, okay, self, well, if I can even continue to let it go on from now, then it's my own fault. It's kind of like fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. So it's like, if you let this continue on, it's a shame on me situation. And Scorpio does not like to be in a shame on me situation. You are a Mars-ruled sign. Now your ruling planet, one of your ruling planets, Mars, is moving into Taurus, which is its fall position, or in detriment, right? So he's definitely not in his powerful place. And yet he is going to accentuate a lot of the areas in your life that need action, areas that have gotten complacent, that are going to require you to take steps forward. And unfortunately, some of those steps forward are not the best. Heartache and loss. Because when you're being shoved through the eye of the needle, you can't bring a lot of baggage with you. And you are going to have to release and let things go. You are going to have to forgive, and you're going to have to cut people off and cut things off, and you're going to have to release. South Node through Scorpio, right? Have a conversation with Sagittarius about how the last year and a half went, and they'll tell you about that South Node. South Node in Scorpio is not easy. And when it comes across your major planets, like your moons, your suns, your ascendants, and any other planets you have in Scorpio, it can be very disorienting, because it feels like as much as you want to hang on to that which you know, you can't hang on to it. It's just going to slip through your fingers anyway. You can't continue to hang on to your version of the reality, because that reality isn't really real. Okay, but you're very close to achieving your goal. So the question is are you willing to let yourself be pushed through the eye of the needle? Because that is what is required for you to achieve your goal. And the effects of being pushed through is that things are going to be lost. But fire, passion, Queen of Wands, passion. We even have the Page of Wands as well, passion. So this is what is like unstoppable about you. And there's no doubt in my mind that you are going to allow yourself to transition here. you're going to be carried over into a new life. That could be a new income bracket, a new kind of relationship, a new situation of some kind. It could be a new social group. It could be a new field of study that you're ready to learn, a new place that you go. A lot of these new experiences can really open the door for us. And you are ready, and you're beyond ready, because this Ten of Swords just really does not serve at all anymore. We have this be the hunter, not the hunted, right? This is great for Scorpio, because Scorpio, one of the symbols of Scorpio is an eagle, right? This predatory bird. And it's about focus and like this laser sharp eyesight, right? Do you have the eye on the goal? Do you have the eye on the strategy? Do you have the eye on the path? It's like hunting the goal almost. But if you allow yourself to be the hunted or the victim, you're going to throw this chance away. And it's very easy. And I think the temptation will be there, because it is Cancer season. And Cancer season can get very nostalgic. And Cancer hangs on to things, right? It's ruled by the moon. The moon is like this all-knowing time capsule of all things that were ever known to you ever, right? She holds all the secrets, and all the keys to all the secrets. And so the letting go part seems to be the most or the holding on part rather seems to be the most tempting. But as Mars comes through Taurus and it comes into that conjunction later on with Uranus and North Node, there are going to be pretty significant shifts, whether we like it or not. I mean, it's going to be forced. The universe is just going to force our hand. And then we have let love be your guide. Because when you are in that state of love, like when I say love, of course, I mean not necessarily romantic love, but the kind of love that, a new mother has for her new infant child. That incredibly pure and innocent and perfect unconditional love that cannot be punctured in any way. When you have that kind of love, that kind of unconditional love, not only for other people, but for your own process, for yourself along this process, when you have that love in your heart, the achievement of your goal is going to come about even that much faster. Okay, and I do see achievements here with the Empress and the Wheel of Fortune. It's very clear to me that you're headed in the right direction. It's very clear to me that you're on this path of attainment. And we also have this practice makes the master, always do your best. And with the Ten of Swords kind of sucks me in a little bit, because it's like, this is all this stuff. It's like the shadow aspect of everything. You want to do your best, but then there's the part of you that just wants to stay in bed all day. You want to do your best, but then there's the part of you that wants to hold back, or that wants to be afraid, or that doesn't want to go through this heartache and loss that is necessary in order to get yourself to where you want to be. And a part of you may feel guilty for wanting what you want, and you may even shame yourself to some degree and say, oh, well, maybe that's not even that spiritual to want this thing, and blah, 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 blah. But desire is inevitable, whether it's a desire to go to a cave and meditate all day, that's still a desire to breathe, a desire to be in the sunshine. Like, all those things are desires, so we can't escape it. And I think right now we need to use our desires to accelerate our life, or to scale up, to improve, especially if there are areas where we are getting annoyed with ourselves, right? Let's go here to this last quote. I love this. Those who remember always that they know nothing, and who have become willing to learn everything, will learn it. So with the Queen of Fire, I think her dedication and her real source of passion truly is the wisdom itself. It's not really about the attainment of the goal. It really is about the learning process on the way to the goal, because that's the wisdom that you take with you. And while we can talk about manifestation all day long, it's not really about the manifestations. It's about how we manifest. It's about how we bring things into the material realm. And what's interesting is I feel like the universe has given you all sorts of ingredients. The universe has given you all sorts of pieces of this puzzle. And now it's just kind of waiting for you to put the ingredients together to bake the cake. Because the cake is the goal. You officially have all the ingredients. So you take steps forward in this path with passion and excitement, but also, and most importantly, with humility, because it is only the humble soul that can truly understand that the real power is asking to learn and acquire wisdom. It's like King Solomon, right? He didn't ask the spirits and God for material things and power and money and women. He asked for knowledge. And when he asked for knowledge, he got knowledge and all of the things that he didn't ask for. So, the openness is what's important. And with the Page of Wands walking directly into the Star reversed, I think, especially when it's backed by the Ten of Swords, it's you walking straight into your own limitation, right? You going head to head, face to face with your own Ten of Swords, knowing very clearly that it is your Ten of Swords that is preventing you from truly experiencing this incredible abundance that you know is available to you. Like how many times do people have to say, how many gurus have to say that the universe is infinitely abundant? Like you know it intellectually, you know it in your brain, you know it. And you want to live according to that, but there's still a fear that that's kind of is not true. There's still a fear that you have to work your butt off in order to earn anything. There's still this fear that someone else could take it away from you. There's all this fear with stuff. You'll have your own unique fears. I'm not trying to bottle you into a certain thing or whatever, but you'll all have your own things. And you know that fear is still there. And you know that it has become problematic. And you know that it had put you in this state of stagnation. It put you there. It put you in that halt. It put you in that darker place. A place that, like I say, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. And now moving forward, it's like a shame on me situation. If you allow that circumstance to continue in your life, the only one you can blame is yourself. And that is not acceptable for Scorpio, because you don't want to be the one that's responsible for your own suffering. You want to be the hunter. You want to be the one in power, be the one in control. This is not a controlled energy. This is a weakened energy. And you can love this fear, right? Let love be your guide. The thing with this is that you have to love that part of yourself. You have to love that part of your journey, but also not be so compassionate that you become debilitated or you become paralyzed to move forward, and because you're still healing, quote unquote. Unfortunately, like healing, as beautiful as that is, and it is a wonderful thing, and we all have to heal to some degree, but unfortunately, I think healing has become a means of excuse. And I think you're kind of keen on that and starting to realize, okay, how do I move past this now? How do I move into the state of empowerment that I so crave in my life? And it's possible that you may have the rug pulled out from under you, or you may pull the rug out from under yourself. You may purposefully shake things up. You may on purpose make certain changes and have certain conversations with people that creates a lot of instability with stuff. You may do that on purpose because you know that that's what needs to happen in order for the whole situation to change. Around this time last year, a couple of months earlier, rather in April of last year, 2021, I remember my messages being so clear. It was like, change your energy, change your life. And for those of you who didn't really change the energy, you may have changed some of your circumstances, but if you didn't really change your vibration, then your life kind of stayed the same. That's what I'm saying here with this Ten of Swords. Like you may have gotten out of a relationship and gotten into a new one. You may have moved into a new job. You may have relocated or moved somewhere. Or you may have, incorporated new projects into your life or whatever. But if you didn't fundamentally evolve, then there was probably not a significant improvement in your overall experience of your life. And so now you seem to be truly ready for that real improvement. And I'm seeing you going from like a page to an empress in this reading, which means that there are going to be rapid improvements for you this month. I think you're going to be so glad, you're going to be so grateful, you're going to be so happy that, you are taking these steps away from these 10 of Swords, because there's a part of you that's like, oh man, I should have done it sooner, but also I'm really glad I'm doing it now. This Wheel of Fortune is turning over for you, which means there are lucky things along the way for you. There are stepping stones for you to take, that this path will be illuminated, and you can move forward one step at a time, one project at a time, one event, one contact, one date at a time. You can do all these things one at a time and have faith that it is taking you in the right direction. And you don't have to judge things, and you don't have to project things out, and you don't have to make assumptions for anything, because you can just exhibit faith. You can just have trust. And that's what's required with the Wheel of Fortune, is trust that the next stepping stone will illuminate itself. You don't have to illuminate the path. The path will illuminate itself when you are dedicated and when you are taking action. And I see with the 9 of Coins kind of a rising phoenix, like a phoenix rising quality. It's like you know what it's like to be down here, and that makes it even that much more possible to be up here, 9 of Coins. And I get this sense that the 9 of Coins is going to feel wonderful and slightly uncomfortable at the same time. This is just merely an elevation of circumstance. So I don't even care. You may already be like a multimillionaire, but there may be some other aspect of life that you are bound to experience that scales you up in some way. It may be financial, it may not be financial. Okay? But it does come at a cost. 3 of Swords. You are going to have to incur a loss. You're going to have to let something go. Like for example, you might need to hire someone to do something for you, and that may be a loss of money. There may be an emotional loss as well. You may need to separate yourself from someone in order to move forward with someone else. You may have to really close out one chapter in order to open the other, but that's what's really needed here with the world. You have to close out the chapter. You will end up on top. And I think this Empress is kind of one of those energies of projection down the road, but this is where it's headed. You will be successful. You will win. And you will have that sense of satisfaction with it. It's not like really a competitive thing. I don't think you're competing with anybody. I think other people think you're competing with them. But you're not competing with anybody. You're just on your own track. You're just doing your own thing. And with the Empress, she's so calm and so accepting and so receptive and so relaxed and creative, and she's in her world and in her passion. She's in this beautiful place that is completely unaffected by anyone and anything going on around her. And that can be threatening to certain people. 5 of Wands, clearly some people got very comfortable with your stagnation here. Some people got very comfortable with your pattern and the way you normally do things. So when you shake things up, it makes them uncomfortable, because now their super safe and secure Scorpio is evolving, and they might not be able to really catch up, and they may perceive that as a threat. And when they perceive it as a threat, they perceive a lack of safety, which is crucial during Cancer season. And when they perceive a lack of safety, they may lash out. But it's also not your problem. And clearly, obviously, if you're married, and your partner's feeling insecure. Obviously, I'm not saying, oh, it's just not their problem. I'm not trying to tell you to be insensitive by any stretch of the imagination. But I am telling you that, you might need to reassure them, but ultimately they may be having issues of self-worth reflected back. Because as you're growing, as you're evolving, as you're expanding, it may be a reflection of where they are in fact shrinking. And when they have that reflected back, they might not like it, and that might be hard. So you're going to have to be open-minded with the people in your life, but also not held back by the people in your life either. So let's take a look at some of these comprehensive clarifier cards. So for those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards I'll cover in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be found in the description box and the comment thread down below. So let's see with this Queen of Fire. We usually talk for another 25 to 30 minutes about these cards, just FYI, in case you want to join. So with the Queen of Fire, we have, what else do we need to know about her? A Nine of Wands. We have a Fool, beautiful. So we have the World and the Fool. And we have Ten of Cups. Now in the environment, what else does Scorpio need to know about the environment? Ooh, another Nine of Coins, beautiful. Death, that's your card. And Ace of Cups, amazing. Okay, now let's clarify the 9-card block, starting with the Page of Wands. What else does Scorpio need to know about the Page of Wands? Okay, I'm going to take the ones that I saw. So I saw the 4 of Coins and I saw the Star. I'm not going to take the rest because it's too many. Okay, one more for the Page of Wands. Hanged Man, 5 of Coins for the Star, 8 of Cups reversed and the Page of Coins. Now for the 10 of Swords, we have Queen of Swords, High Priestess. That just got real deep real fast, that 10 of Swords. I mean, it was already deep, and then we have the Knight of Wands, okay. But when the High Priestess shows up, there's definitely something powerful there. So then we have the 4 of Wands reversed. What else does this mean for Scorpio? 10 of Coins. Something financial, perhaps. 2 of Swords. I feel like there's, another 3 of Swords. This is like the 3 of Swords in this deck too. So we officially got like 3 of Swords. 3 of Swords cards. Sorry for the noise. My cat is playing with some bubble wrap. We have a 9 of Coins. Another 10 of Swords. Such contrast. You're going to experience a lot of contrast this month. It's going to be very black or white for you guys, for sure. Four of Swords reversed. And we have 5 of Cups reversed with the 7 of Wands. 4 of Wands upright. 6 of Swords. Page of Swords reversed. Now for this beautiful Empress. 10 of Cups, lovely, with the Page of Wands reversed. Sorry about that. A 9 of Cups reversed. We have the Magician, Queen of Coins reversed, and last card, King of Coins upright, and Chariot reversed at the bottom of the deck. Okay, so this is where we are going to pick up in the comprehensive. So if you want to join, again, that link will be found in the description box in the comment thread down below. If not, then I wish you an amazing July. I hope you guys have a great month, and I'll talk to you soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Sagittarius. Welcome to your July 2022 tarot card reading. Thank you so much for being here. So we are going to get started with this particular card here, which is the Messenger of Water, which signifies what the universe needs from you this month. So when I look at this card, I see a magical, etheric energy that truly embraces the miraculousness and the mysteriousness of life itself. I see an energy of fluidity and adaptability, flexibility, malleability. And, I see you just kind of really going with the flow, because I don't know that you really have that much of a choice, especially when we have the Tower over here in the environment position. Now, the Tower is a card that signifies change. And a lot of times that change can come through either a massive perspective change, right? The way we see something is completely turned around, or something happens outside of us, like in our external world and within our relationships, that really change the course of something, right? Meaning maybe you come into some new information about someone, and now you kind of, given this new information, right now you can't really progress in the way that you would have wanted to, or whatever it is. So there will be a big shift. And I think this has a lot to do not only with the sun coming through the 8th house, which is all about death and rebirth, but also because the sun is going to be coming into an opposition with Pluto in the middle of July. So that particular opposition plus the 8th house activity, Sagittarius, you're really going through a big overhaul here, okay? Now, the Tower, I often say, is the Wheel of Fortune in disguise, and we happen to get the Wheel of Fortune in the 9-card block, so that message is even reinforced that much more. So it may appear in the short term that something doesn't work out well, or it's not necessarily in your favor, but this is where Sagittarius, I think, has an advantage over many other zodiac signs, which is your ability to be optimistic, right, with that Jupiterian rulership. You have kind of a natural wiring, if you will, to be able to elevate above certain circumstances and to see value in it. I mean, everyone is capable of doing that, obviously, but as a Sagittarius, as a Jupiter-ruled individual, you kind of have that. It's usually just kind of wired in. You don't have to work to do that. So the Tower kind of shakes things up, creates a disruption in our life, but I think ultimately this is something that you will embrace as the Messenger of Water. You will embrace the Tower moments as though they are miraculous, because perhaps you have changed your vibration, right? Wisdom. Perhaps you've elevated yourself in terms of the things that you know, in terms of your consciousness. Therefore, your vibration is also higher, and therefore the world around you needs to adjust. The Tower is like a reaction. It's a reaction to what happens when people change, right? And so you've changed, and therefore your external world has to change a little bit too. So this is just you sort of clicking into your new chapter. Now, we also have this card here, which says a personal issue reaches resolution. I'm getting a sense that you are going to have some relational issues, or a relationship will be highlighted this month. We have the sun coming through the 8th house, Venus coming through the 7th, and then it will make its way into the 8th on the 17th, into the 8th, right? As Venus goes into Cancer. So 7th house and 8th house, they do have a lot to do with one-on-one types of connections, specifically marriage. But for those of you who are not married and you don't have a spouse, it could be a business partner or anyone that you're contractually obliged to or financially tied to, anyone you owe money to, anyone that owes money to you, anyone that, you have some sort of bond with. Now, it's very likely that the Tower and the personal issue reaching resolution are connected, that either a conversation is had, or there is an exchange of some kind, a financial or an energetic or an emotional exchange, especially as Mercury comes in through Cancer. A lot of that emotional stuff coming through, but also Mercury can rule commerce and stuff as well. So there's that component too. So I feel like you and another person, whoever and whatever role that person fills is going to be specific to you. But whatever has been lingering between the two of you, whatever has not been said or not been communicated, or whatever has, if someone is like needing closure or whatever, it's very possible that happens this month at some point. Bare minimum, a conversation, or if it's not a conversation, it could be an action, and even silence can be an action as well. So if you're trying to get something from someone and they're not responding or whatever, that in and of itself is a response. So make sure that you're not perceiving things in an unhelpful way, right? All information is information, even if it's not the type of information that you ultimately want. All right, because this particular coming to resolution is going to aid in your healing process. It says you are healing your heart. The heart hurts, but it will mend in time. So for some reason, I feel like you may be getting an answer that doesn't really set very well with you, or you might not really like it all that much. But again, it's all for your best interest. You guys, we got the Wheel of Fortune. We have the Lovers card coming out. So this month, there can be severance of one thing, but also opening the door to something so much better. And that's what the Wheel of Fortune brings. Now, the Wheel of Fortune is not a fast energy, not the way the Tower is. It's almost as though the Tower has to happen first, boom, something comes crashing down, and then this Wheel of Fortune builds on that blank slate. It can move and it can spin and it can rotate a lot more smoothly when it doesn't have all the friction of something from the past that's been built up and has gotten all gunky. So, there's good things on the other end of that. So it's a part of your healing process. And what's going to happen is it's going to really trigger this dream-like energy. It says, dream a beautiful dream. And we have dream a beautiful dream with the messenger of water. It's like a dreaming of the best possible thing that you could possibly dream of. Okay? Now, we have this fog veiled card, meaning you had been veiled. I feel like you're actually coming to light this month. That's really what this Tower is about, coming to light. And where there was a veil, that veil has somehow been lifted. So you start to see more with this dream a beautiful dream, more possibility, more options for yourself. You start to see potential for growth. You start to see what you're truly capable of, deeper levels of your own value, and you start to live into that. And so wherever you are in life, whatever your situations, financial, relationship, family, career, all the things, whatever your situations, this is a month that earmarks the beginning of a substantial chapter of improvement. Okay, so you're going to be elevating, you're going to be growing from this point forward. This Tower really needed to happen because this Tower was blocking you. And we have this final card here, which says take action on your ideas. With Mars coming in through Taurus, activating the 6th house for you guys, there's a lot of that energy of like, just get to work. And Mars, he's not super happy in Taurus. He's kind of in Venus's domicile here. So he's got to play by Venus's rules, but he's also a hard worker. Taurus is about hard work. It's about getting down in the trenches and going to, he's going to go to battle in whatever capacity he can. For you, it's going to be probably more system in terms of your systems, in terms of your schedule, in terms of accomplishing your goals, in terms of focus. There's a lot of just like get in the mud, get your hands in the dirt, get in the trenches, and just do what you got to do. Take action on your ideas. These ideas are being birthed because this dream has been birthed, or it's being reinforced. Sometimes when the Tower happens, our dreams get reinforced. It just makes us that much more convinced that we actually want what we want. Actually, this is the last card. This is just a quote. It says, reality belongs only to spirit. Spirit is eternally free. The mind that serves spirit is invulnerable. Seems to be a theme of faith and trust emerging from this month. And I think this has a lot to do with Jupiter going, right, your ruling planet, going retrograde in Aries. We're being forced to have faith, especially in light of a tower situation. We do have to have faith when the tower occurs, because it is faith that enables us to see the value. It is faith that makes a tower situation less dramatic or less effective. You know, it's just like what happens, and that's it, and we move on. You are reaching levels through your wisdom here, right? You are reaching levels of invulnerability because you are tapping into higher realms of the actual reality, which is the reality that supersedes our perception of the world, which is the reality that belongs to the Creator itself, to Spirit. Okay? So the more and more, I don't want to say the word like enlightened, but the more and more enlightened you become, or the more and more awakened you become, the more invulnerable you become. So with the Page of Coins, though, with the Page of Coins versus the Page of Swords reversed, I'm leaning more toward the Page of Coins in terms of advice, right? So if we have the option to do something, or to like go and learn something or study something or use our mind for something, I would prefer the doing, right? Take action on your ideas. Page of Coins. We want to actually like get the stuff done. We want to check the things off our list. So Page of Coins is about productivity and, you know, the day-to-day mundane kind of operations and just sort of doing what you need to do. This is not a very exciting energy. And you may also be receiving offers from people as well. And those are probably offers that will be lucrative. Lucrative is another word or a theme that I feel has been emerging this month from the readings, that the things that come across our desk are going to be lucrative. So if someone has an idea and they're willing to put a contract in front of you, or they're willing to pay you, or they're willing to hire you, or whatever, it's likely going to work out well for you. Energies that are kind of flaky, or they're not willing to put their money where their mouth is, and maybe that has a lot to do with the tower situation as well, that some people just really are not willing to do the things they say they're going to do. You know, they're not willing to carry through. They're not capable of it. And they are flaking out, and they are being a little bit, you know, unreliable. That may come into this fact, right? And personal issue reaches resolution. So you may have to kind of confront someone on their own BS a little bit, and confront them on really where they're not showing up for you, because this sort of flakiness and not delivering, Sagittarius, you're just not going to be able to put up with it. You're just simply not. You know that it hinders this wheel of fortune from turning over. You know that it hinders progress. And they know it too. But right now, you're kind of the one that's kind of plowing forward. You're the one, Mars in Taurus in the 6th. So you're ready for the harvest, right? You're ready for the results. You're ready for the dream to become a greater reality for you. You're ready for this sort of opening, if you will. The other person, I don't necessarily know that they are. Now, I'm not really getting the energy of like the other person per se. It's just, I just feel that the environment is not, it's not that it's against you, but that it's just not really supporting you. So you may feel a little bit kind of on your own. Mars through Taurus is huge with self-reliance. You might not be able to rely on other people as much as you would like. Now, I'm not saying everybody, right? Some of you have very supportive spouses. You have very supportive families. So I'm not saying this is everybody. It's probably just one person that you're dealing with, okay? The Wheel of Fortune is here to say, look, Sagittarius, everything is going to work out perfectly. This is what needed to happen, and this wheel is starting to turn over, and you're going to start to notice doors opening for you, probably at a rate that is a little faster than you expected. You are going to be releasing yourself from some, again, that word bonded comes to mind, especially with the 8th house. You know, there's a lot of bonded relationships and a lot of obligations and a lot of contractual things happening there. So, the things that you are legally bound to with the reversal of the devil, I see the release of those things. There's like a severance that's happening, especially as Mars gets closer and closer to Uranus. There can be, again, volatility. And Mars can bring endings too, right? We talk a lot about endings and death with like Pluto and Saturn, but Mars can bring those things too, especially when he comes in contact with a couple planets like the North Node and Uranus over in Taurus. And so as he comes closer and closer to those particular, North Node's not a planet, but the planet of Uranus and the North Node, as he gets closer and closer, you'll notice that things get a little unstable, and you can sever things very quickly, which means you can free things up very quickly. And with the Eight of Cups, you're clearly moving into unknown territory in your life. You're clearly getting uncomfortable or moving to a place of discomfort. But the knowledge that you're going to have greater freedom is still driving you. It's a part of the dream, right? It's a part of your conception of what you see for yourself in your life. So yes, it's not easy and it's not smooth and it's not going to be perfect, but it's exactly what you want. And I think you're going to realize that very quickly, that no matter how uncomfortable it is still in the end of the day exactly what you wanted. And you will eventually get comfortable with it. We always get comfortable with the uncomfortable. Once we move into that unknown terrain, it's unknown just for a minute, but then it becomes familiar. So it's not like it's this forever and always discomfort. It's just temporary, and we will get settled in this new realm. And with the Eight of Wands reversed, that's kind of interesting how the Eight of Cups is moving straight to the devil and the Eight of Wands is moving straight to the devil reversed as well, which these all roads point to freedom. As the sun moves into Leo near the middle of July, or end of July rather, sun in Leo on the 22nd, and then we have that new moon in Leo on the 28th, same day that your ruling planet Jupiter goes retrograde over in Aries. I do feel that probably near the end of the month, you're going to notice that you're kind of on the other end of that devil reversed, right? You're on the other end of coming out of the obligation, coming out of the difficult spot, coming out of the issue, quote unquote, right? A personal issue reaches resolution. So you're coming out of the dark cloud of that issue. The veil has been lifted. So there's nothing but clear skies from that point forward, because perhaps there was a lot weighing on this issue, a lot weighing on this relationship, or weighing on this person's reaction to something. Maybe this is a month of just ripping off the Band-Aid and doing something that you've known you've had to do for a long time, even if it may temporarily cause discomfort for someone else. And maybe that's why you hadn't done it up to this point, because you knew that it was going to cause discomfort for someone else. You knew someone else wasn't going to like it. But you really have to do what you have to do. And this is one thing about Mars through Taurus, is that it can be a little bit selfish. And I do see a lot of selfishness coming out, especially with Jupiter retrograde, Chiron retrograde in Aries. There's that nature of, I got to do it for me. And really what's best for you is best for everybody. And eventually everyone will come around and see that justice. Eventually everything will even out. Eventually everything will come back into an equilibrium. Temporary discomfort, temporary unbalance, but for long-term balance, for the sake of long-term stability. Justice is a very neutral energy, right? It doesn't really care which way things go. It's just a response, in the way that the Tower is just a response or a reaction. You are the cause because you have desires, because you have dreams, because you have an energetic change going on inside of you. So when that energy changes, when that vibration changes, it is only to be expected that a Tower and a Justice situation would occur. They have to occur because when there is a twist or a bend in the fabric of reality, right, when you change your vibration, everything needs to adjust around you. And with the Lovers, it tells me that all will work out okay. And if you are dealing with a romantic situation, it's possible that you reconcile and that things work out really well. Now, if you're dealing with someone who's toxic, you may have to relieve yourself of that relationship, get out of it, but it's likely that you will find either love with another person or love within yourself. At a bare minimum, the Lovers is like, it's a choice. In its most basic sense, it's a choice. And when we have these choices in front of us, that indicates that we are free, right? Because sometimes when we are not free, quote unquote, we perceive that we do not have a choice. So the fact that you even have choices in front of you indicates to me that you've kind of made it over that hump, and you may feel a little at a crossroads for a minute, but that's okay. You make a choice and you move on. I also see the Lovers as being like a yin-yang kind of energy, which is an internal balance. So with the Justice card right next to it, I think it reinforces that message a lot as well, that there will be an internal coherence, head and heart coherence, meaning you're not going to be torn apart inside, right? You're not going to be conflicted. You're not going to have doubts. You're not going to have fears. You're going to be calm. You're going to be cool, collected. You're going to be faithful and trustful. You're going to be loyal to this inner voice that is clearly speaking to you, which is what's really causing and driving all of this forward. This is a really, really big shift for Sagittarius. It may be subtle. Like the Tower might not be this huge thing, okay? I don't want you guys to think that it's like, oh, this huge dramatic thing. It might not be like that. It may be subtle. It may just be an inner perspective change, and that's it. But if that's it, it's going to change your whole life. So it's big in the sense that it is going to change your whole life, but it might not be big in terms of the way it affects your world. But it is big. And it's likely that some of you who have been on a certain track for a while are now suddenly losing interest in that track. You're starting to drift away from, like, for example, a job. You may have been really excited about the job that you had. You may have been really happy to be working for X, Y, and Z company. And now all of a sudden you're like, man, this ain't it. This is not where I'm supposed to be. This is like, I thought that this was, and I think that whatever that is for you, whether it's a job or some other thing in your life, it served its purpose. It did what it needed to do. And now you're outgrowing it. You're elevating. A lot of things aren't going to be as satisfying as they were. That's the nature of life. That's what happens. So you are going to be drifting away from something that was probably pretty solid and probably pretty stable in your life for quite some time. And this may be one of the reasons why it does feel so uncomfortable to kind of free yourself from this. Like one thing that used to make you feel stable and secure now all of a sudden becomes a noose around your neck, and it becomes like a really difficult thing. And it's like, oh my gosh, I'm going to suffocate here if I stay here any longer. Like I have to get out. I have to get out. I have to get out. I mean, this is Sagittarius energy. There's always that willingness and that desire to expand. So again, nothing really new here. It's just, you're going to have to be prepared to deal with the consequences of what happens when your desire for expansion becomes this strong. But you'll handle it. And I don't think that it's going to be detrimental. I don't think that it's going to tear your world apart. It's just a change that's needed, and it's time. Okay, so let's take a look here at some of the clarifiers. So for those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we will cover in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be found in the description box in the comment thread down below. We usually talk for like 25 to 30 minutes additional about these cards. So let's take a look here at the Messenger of Water. Okay, so we clearly got one already. We have 6 of Coins, beautiful. We love that card. We have another 8 of Cups, that real embrace of the mystery. You know, you have to be willing to walk into that unknown, no matter how uncomfortable it is. You know, like if you're in a toxic relationship and you really don't want to be single because it's really scary, because you think you might not find anybody else, the universe is going to say, look, I'm not going to deliver you anybody else until you're willing to walk into this, to being single, right? You have to walk away from something first before I can show you the next step. The Tower has to happen first before the Wheel of Fortune can really start to spin. So we have the Ace of Wands, beautiful. In the environment, we have the Hanged Man. One more. Gosh, these really want to... 5 of Swords, okay. All right, now let's get my other deck here. We're going to clarify the Page of Coins. What else does Sagittarius need to know about the Page of Coins? Emperor reversed. The Lovers reversed. Jeez, hold on. Okay. Mercury and Gemini. These cards want to say some stuff. All right, so I guess we'll take these. We got the World, and then we have the 3 of Coins as well. Sorry for those of you who have OCD. I know these are not perfect. I know they're not perfect. Okay, Page of Swords. 4 of Coins. Ace of Coins reversed. These are people who are just like really not showing up. They just really are not opening up. They're not delivering. They're not emotionally available. 2 of Cups, beautiful. We love to see it, especially with the Lovers down at the bottom. We have the 3 of Cups reversed. And 9 of Cups reversed. 4 of Wands. 5 of Wands reversed. Death. Queen of Wands for the Devil reversed. 4 of Swords. And the Empress. Love that for you. Okay, we have the Hermit, the 7 of Swords reversed, and the 3 of Swords. Ten of Wands. Fool. 5 of Swords. 3 of Wands. Another 6 of Coins. And the Magician. Two of Wands reversed. We have the 9 of Wands, and we have the 6 of Wands with the Devil at the bottom of the deck. Okay. Well, this is where we are going to pick up, you guys, the comprehensive reading. I think there's a few more things that are going to come out in this spread. So if you want to join, you are more than welcome. The link for that in the description box and the comment thread down below. If not, I wish you guys an amazing July, and I'll see you soon. All right. Thanks so much. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Capricorn. Welcome to your July 2022 tarot card reading. Thank you so much for being here. So let's go ahead and dive right in with the card that signifies what the universe needs from you, which is the Messenger of Water. Now, when I look at this card or the image on this card, it's so etheric and mystical, and there's kind of this energy of being in awe of the miracles of the Creator or the miracles of Spirit. And there's a softness here. And I feel like this is you tapping into the fishtail of the Capricorn symbol, which is like half goat, half fish, right? You have the goat head and then the fish of the tail. And the fish of the tail with the connection with water, the connection with kind of the eternalness of the universe, the eternalness of our souls. There's something bigger going on here than just what you perceive on the surface. And I suspect that July is a pretty substantial month of pivot for many of you. As the sun comes through Cancer, it's in opposition with some of your major placements, right? You've got a sun, you've got a moon, or you've got an ascendant in Capricorn. So that particular sun over in Cancer really pulling energy outside of yourself. And with the environment card being the Chariot, I think there's a lot of movement going on. However, I don't know that you can perceive the movement. And that's something that can be hard for an earth sign. I think earth signs tend to enjoy the seeing part of things, the ability to touch things, to sense things, right? But right now, I don't know that you will be able to sense this movement. You won't be able to sense this trajectory change. And because you're in this period of pivot, there may be a little bit of like stuff that doesn't necessarily go super great in the meantime. Because when I'm looking at all these cards, there's just a lot of reversals. And even though we've got Mercury, he's moving real fast. He's doing real good. Venus is coming through Gemini. Mars is now entering into Taurus as of the 5th of July. And over the course of the month, he'll be making his way closer and closer to Uranus. And we were going to feel that build up as things get a little bit more chaotic. Things get a little bit more, Uranian in nature. And so there's just not a lot of control over things, and you may feel like you are kind of losing control over things, and you may question, well, should I hold out? Should I resist? Should I hesitate? Or should I just jump right in, and not having a very clear answer? And then you may perceive yourself in just kind of this limbo land, but I think the very opposite is true. I don't think you're in a limbo land. I think you are actually accelerating. You just can't tell. Okay, that's going to be the hardest part. And I love this oracle card that says she feels, she knows. With the Messenger of Water, there has to be this like internal knowingness of some kind, and not placing your worth on anything outside of you. And I want to read this card here that says, your worth is not established by teaching or learning. Your worth is established by God. Nothing you do or think or wish or make is necessary to establish your worth. And so maybe the reason for this weird place that you're in is because you are coming into terms of your true worth, right? Mars in Taurus in the 5th house with the North Node in the 5th house as well. And you've got Saturn, your ruling planet, in retrograde in the 2nd house. So there's a lot of connection there, disassociating or separating or severing, right, the relationship between the things you have and do and can offer from your true inherent worth, making those things separate things. Inherent worth is inherited by simply being, and the doing and making and thinking and teaching and contributing and all of that is just extra. And so that push to create, that push to make things happen might not necessarily really be there, but spiritually you are making great strides with the Chariot. All right. So let's kind of take a look at some of these other oracles, and then we'll get into the 9-card block. So we have this movement, choices, and decisions. So there are going to be certain choices and decisions placed in front of you. And there are going to be some things where you're just like, I really don't know. Like, I really don't know left or right or up or down. There's not enough information. That's when the messenger of water really comes out to play, because you have to be willing to step into the mysteriousness of the unknown and be totally okay with that. And see, the thing is that I don't really think that left, right, up, or down, there is no best choice. There is only a choice. So the goal is going to be to choose the things that make the most sense for you, the things that speak to your soul, or even just the things that sound like the most fun. The things that sound the most doable, the things that sound the most pleasurable. Unless you want to lock yourself into something, which I don't think you do. So it doesn't really matter what you choose. It's not about the choice itself. It's about the way you feel through this process and the way that you exhibit courage to move into that, okay? We have this DNA karma card, which signifies, in my mind, it's twofold, right? You are where you are because of momentum that had been built up in the past. But see, what I'm sensing with the Chariot and the environment is that there's this new wave of momentum going. So while you still may be sort of living out the effects of past momentum, you are now starting a whole new wave. And there's a little bit of crossover, a little bit of overlap. The old momentum hasn't fully faded out yet, and the new momentum hasn't fully built up to its potential yet. And so here you are in this interesting lot of reversals type of place. Okay, but the answers you need are coming, meaning over the course of the month, you are going to be receiving little, indications, synchronicities, things that confirm your intuition, things that, really drill into your head. Like, okay, of all the choices, left, right, up, or down, maybe you decide to go down, right? Or you decide to go to the right, or whatever it is. So you decide, and you're going to have the evidence reinforcing that decision. And you're going to say, okay, well, that really was the right decision. It's going to feel better. It's going to feel good. It's going to feel fluid. It's going to feel like it's moving. And we also have this, you are your greatest gift. Your life's journey is your masterpiece. That's the whole thing with this messenger of water. It really is about the path itself. It's not about there is no destination. There is nowhere for you to really get to, or anything for you to really attain. I think that's something that's hard, especially for earth signs, Capricorn especially, given the Saturnian rulership, that it's not really about full accomplishment. It's not really about the harvest. It's about learning how to grow the crop. And that is the wisdom that you take with you beyond and beyond. Okay? And then this last card we have from the 4 agreements card, right? Always do your best, one of the agreements. Your best is changing all the time. And how you define your best. And what you can give your best to. So this is what I mean. This is a pivot month. Your focus is shifting. Your focus is changing. Priorities are being altered. The universe is going to feel this. The universe is going to feel this sort of twist in the fabric of reality. It's going to feel this, and it's going to start adjusting according to it. It takes time for the universe to adjust to it. This is what it means to be your own cause in the process of cause and effect. You are officially initiating new causes for the sake of specific effects. All right, so what it is you dedicate your energy to and what you give your best to is going to dictate the course of the next upcoming years, months or years. So when I look at these 9 cards, I just see, we've got only one upright card, which is weird. And I had to actually do a double take on my deck. And I was like, did I pick up this deck upside down or something? Or like, what's the deal? Why are there so many reversals? I'm not sure why they all came out, but they all came out nonetheless. But I think for that reason, this 9 of coins stands out even that much more, that where you are headed and this particular quote unquote journey that you're on is leading you toward a place of stability, independence, autonomy. And I think with Mars coming through Taurus, and this is going to be true. I mean, Mars has been in Aries, right, for a little while. Now we have Mars moving in through Taurus, and then he's going to be moving in through Gemini. And of course, he's going to be retrograding in Gemini in October, and he'll be there for like 4 months. So he's going to be there for a really long time. So Mars through the first 3 zodiac signs, Aries, Taurus, Gemini, is absolutely teaching us about ourselves. And self-reliance with Mars and Taurus is going to be huge. Financial self-reliance is going to be an even bigger deal. And financial stability, and even just our own self-worth. Remember, you're going to be learning a lot of lessons about self-worth here. And even the things that you possess, of course, are going to be accentuated with that as well. So 9 of coins, helping us to understand that the point of all of this is to get us to greater levels of stability within ourselves, okay, for us. And whether you're married or not, doesn't even matter. This has nothing to do with your partners, has nothing to do with anything else. This is about you personally. So that's like the golden ticket. That's the golden prize. This is where this is all leading. And we're going to establish this financial stability and even just all kinds of stability. It doesn't have to be financial. I'm just using that because it's like a money card. But, emotional stability, feeling solid on our own, feeling good, especially if you're single, right? Just really enjoying your freedom and your singledom and enjoying you for you. Now, this is the resistance that I'm feeling. 7 of coins reversed with the Fool reversed. There's going to be a lot of creative things that come up. I think, of course, we know Taurus and Gemini both are just like really creative signs. Taurus especially has to be very passionate, though. It's so hard for Taurus placements or Taurus transits to like, pardon my language, but like get it up for anything that they don't inherently feel passion for. Like you can't make a feeling that isn't naturally there. And so there may be just kind of like a little bit of a dry spell in terms of what really gets your motor going, what really gets you excited, what really triggers you and gets you up off the couch to really go create. Some of you are just naturally more active than other people. So of course that will kind of degree, there's like a scale there. But I think you're kind of in this position of looking for something that's going to really grab you. And you're not about to just jump into just anything, because you know that if you were to just jump into just anything, that passion would likely fade, and the likelihood of getting to this 9 of coins place is actually quite small. You're not going to get there if the passion isn't there. You're not going to get there if there isn't potential for you to sustain your focus. You have to be able to sustain focus in order for this to work. And in your heart of hearts, she feels, she knows what will do that. Because we are going for longevity here. We're not going for a sprint. Like, this is a marathon. We want things that are going to last, specifically when Saturn is in retrograde. Because then otherwise, what's the point? Especially if it's something brand new. If we're going to put that investment into it, geez, it better last. It better increase the value of what I'm doing. It better increase the value of my business or of my home or whatever, right? It better. So you're holding off for like the highest quality, highest caliber of opportunities. And again, like I say, this is why you may perceive that like nothing is really happening, but in fact, there's a lot that's happening. There's a lot of energetic and metaphysical growth and movement and momentum that is happening. See, the Chariot is one of those tricky cards because it's not really something you see with your eyes. Sometimes with this, there can come like a promotion or an increase of money, or there's always like an upward swing of something. There's more than that. But again, it always starts in the metaphysical realm. So the challenge this month is getting out of your own way in terms of your mental headspace. 7 of Swords reversed with the 10 of Swords reversed. A lot of this comes back to the inherent value and how you value yourself, because a lot of you may be still wired to think, well, I need to like make this thing or create this thing or build this thing, because that means that I am putting something good into the world, and by doing something good for the world, and that means that I have value in the world. And I'm even like kind of second guessing myself, because I've even said those kinds of things before, you know, contribution to humanity and bringing value into the world. Like I've been saying that a lot lately with the North Node in Taurus. But again, that's not really where our value comes from. Our value comes from us just being a human being. Okay, comes from just being alive, because that is what Spirit has intended. And I want you to really feel that, because I see a lot of thinking, but I don't think that thinking is really going to do you a lot of good. It's Cancer season. Mercury's in Cancer. For the most part. I mean, it's going to come into Leo in a couple of weeks. I mean, Mercury is moving really fast. You know, he's at full speed, so he's moving super fast. He's going to be moving through Cancer and Leo really, really fast. And in Cancer, though, he's all about the feels. And again, he's opposite of you, same as the Sun, coming into that opposition. And so there are more obvious things that are going to be coming to the surface for you. And what I see is all these swords, actually, I like 10 of Swords reversed, because I often feel like these are coming out of your back. It's like they're falling out. So you're actually going through a period of release and purge and healing in a pretty substantial way. I mean, clearly there's a lot going on with all these reversals. Clearly there's a lot of push-pull energy out there that you're going to have to really deal with. But this is one of the good ones, because this is going to help free you up, because I'm almost kind of seeing this Queen of Wands passion and drive and creativity and excitement, enthusiasm, ecstasy, sexuality, strength, empowerment, all these wonderful things that we see with the Queen of Wands. I see her being confined and trapped by these swords. Here they are blocking her in, and she's just wanting to just like, God, she just wants to be free. You know, she doesn't want to be here. There's like this part of you that just wants to self-express, and all the ways that you'd ever held yourself back are starting to become flimsy, right? All the excuses, all of the reasons why, all of the things, they're not holding their weight anymore, and you simply can't sustain it. And you know that in order to get yourself to the 9 of Coins place, you have to set this Queen of Wands free. She has to be let loose. You have to let the beast out of the cage. You just have to. It's this primal desire to create, this primal desire to build, to investigate, to learn. It is primal. It's like our little lizard brain kind of thing to an extent. It's just like we can't help ourselves as human beings. That's just what we do, which is why the world has become what it has become, you know. And you can look at the world and see a lot of bad things, but you can also look at the world and see a lot of really incredible things. And it's because of our curiosity. It's because of our passion. It's because of our will and our investigative personalities that we're able to do this. And so something is wanting to be let loose. And this messenger of water is that reminder that there are no boundaries, really. The only boundaries are the boundaries that we create, right? Swords, all in our mind. That's it. It's just The limitations that we set are only because we perceive them. They are not real. And I look at this High Priestess reversed, and I feel like there is I kind of like see her sometimes as like the Queen of Darkness, but not like the devil darkness, more just like the queen of the dark underworld, the queen of our psyche, the queen of our, she's the one that is the bodyguard protecting the veil, right? So she has control of this veil that protects us from all the information, and she will release certain pockets of information, certain miniature libraries for us to access just slowly, because if we had it all at once, we would just like go on overdrive and wouldn't be able to function, right? But so she just kind of delivers a little bit here and there, and I think she's in high delivery mode right now, that there are things that she is releasing to you in this moment. You'll be channeling, you'll be dreaming, you'll be feeling, you'll be thinking, you'll be intuiting, right? You'll have this intuitive notion about something, and you probably won't really know exactly where those downloads are coming from, but they are being released nonetheless, and they are to help you release your Queen of Wands. Like, release the beast is what I'm really hearing. Just like release the beast. Like, Capricorn needs to go into beast mode here and not think so much about the repercussions. And I know this sounds like terrible advice, and I'm not telling you to be haphazard or, completely irresponsible, but I do kind of want to see like, just kind of like this, I don't even know how to describe it. It's just like letting the beast out of a cage, just let it go loose, let it go roam, let it go hunt, whatever it is. And a lot of people may be really scared to do that because you don't have control over anything. Because if you let a beast out into the forest to go be free and roam and hunt, there's a lot of danger out there too. And that's probably one of the reasons why you don't do that, is because you're so focused on the danger. You're focused on the potential loss, focused on how it might ultimately screw you over. And you don't want that for yourself. You don't want to go belly up. You don't want to lose your money, right? You don't want to do that. So you hold back. But when you hold back, you're not truly living the type of life that you ultimately know you want to live. And that can be hard to know that, because then you feel split. You feel torn internally. You feel like you're not honoring your true self. There's no coherence. So that needs to be reconciled to some degree. And we have this Page of Cups reversed with the King of Wands reversed. Now, the King of Wands energy, I feel, is someone else. I feel like it's someone that is, I don't know, you might not necessarily be talking really. Page of Cups reversed, there might not be a lot of communication with them. There may be an energy of unattainability with someone or something. The King of Wands could represent a person. It could also represent an ideal creation, because this is definitely a Leo energy. So it doesn't have to be a person, although likely it is. It could also be an unrealized potential within yourself. Seems out of reach, seems unattainable. You're afraid to really stand in the spotlight. You're afraid to really have the thing that your heart truly desires, or you're afraid to tell a person how you feel. You're afraid to take a chance with something. Or they are also afraid too as well. I'm kind of seeing that going both ways. But the Page of Cups reverse says that there is a breakdown of connection. There's a breakdown of communication. And it's not necessarily fully open and transparent. It's almost as though the King of Wands is something that you immediately project out there that you can't have. Which again, the universe is like, why are you doing that to yourself? That's not really what a Queen of Wands would do. Why are you doing that to yourself? I think Capricorn has an opportunity to come back alive. And I love that for summertime. Well, Northern Hemisphere. In the Northern Hemisphere, it's the beginning of summer, right? So we are fully alive at this time. And the question is are you fully alive? Are you fully in bloom? Are you fully blossomed? Are you bearing fruit? Or are there places in your world that have room to be explored? Let's take a look at some of these clarifiers. So for those of you who are new, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we will cover in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be found in the description box and the comment thread down below. We usually speak for 25 to 30 minutes additional about these cards. So if you want to join me, you're welcome. But let's take a look at the Messenger of Water. What else does Capricorn need to know about this card? Okay. Knight of Swords, beautiful. Another 7 of coins, mirroring that. And then we have the 3 of coins. Now for the environment, what else is going on in the environment for Capricorn? Oh, the sun. You know, what's interesting is that the sun energy, we have a Leo card and we have an Aries card, okay? Leo is ruled by the sun and the sun is exalted in Aries. So I felt a lot of strong sun energy with this card and it pulled it into the Queen. That's why like self-expression and things were with keywords that I used. So the universe is going to be very supportive of that kind of stuff. Okay, we have got the Queen of Cups. Five of Wands. Okay. Now let's take a look at the 9-card block, starting with clarifying the 7 of coins. Ace of Wands, 9 of Wands reversed. Really happy about that Ace of Wands. That's awesome. And then we have 9 of Swords. Not surprising since we have the 10 of Swords. Oh, Fool on top of the Fool. At least this one's upright. And then we have a World reversed. Oh, a Moon. Not surprised, especially with that one. Messenger of Water. Now the 9 of coins. Beautiful. Two of Cups reversed. 4 of coins. See, there is something about transparency. I said that down here with the Page of Cups. Something doesn't seem to be transparent. It's going to be important for you to be very transparent, not only with other people, but with yourself as well. Okay, so for the 7 of Swords, we have another 9 of coins. Love it. Page of coins upright and Queen of Swords reversed. Okay. Now for the Queen of Wands reversed. The Lovers. Has a lot to do with choices. Remember, movement, choices, decisions with that card back there. Hermit. 3 of Wands. Remember what I was saying about autonomy and being independent and being on your own? That's reinforced with the Hermit. There may be a path that you need to take by yourself. Okay? 6 of Swords. Oh, we got 2. We got 4 of Wands and we got a Queen of Coins. Love that for you. That's the Capricorn card. Queen of Coins. 3 of Swords reversed. 6 of Wands and the Devil. Hierophant. Death. Chariot. King of Swords. The Emperor, okay. Queen of Cups. I'm going to pull one more for that because that's a lot of court cards. Okay. Well, and then we have the King of Wands at the bottom of the deck. Okay. So this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive. So again, if you want to join me, the link is in the description box in the comment thread down below. And if not, I hope you guys have an amazing July and I wish you nothing but the best. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Aquarius. Welcome to your July 2022 tarot card reading. Thank you so much for being here. So let's go ahead and get started with the Page of Air, which is the card that signifies what the universe needs from you right now. So the Page of Air is free and open-minded and curious. And what I love about this is it's your element, right? You're an air sign. We have the air element showing up. So in a lot of ways, it's almost as though the universe is asking you to just show up perfectly and authentically yourself. That there's not necessarily some area or some characteristic that you're going to need to draw out consciously, but rather it's more pure than that. It's a rawness, it's a realness. There's no mask. And maybe for some of you that might mean that you have to really admit something to yourself, right? You have to admit that you want something or admit that you want to move in a certain direction. And maybe it's taken a while for you to truly admit that because maybe it doesn't necessarily make a lot of sense. Because in the environment position, we have the Hierophant. And when the Hierophant comes out, now I have a strong relationship with the Hierophant card, okay? This has been a card that I think confuses a lot of like newbie tarot readers. But over time, it's one of those energies that like continues to peel back its layers and kind of reveal itself to you. So there's a lot of different meanings. In this context, I feel that it is more institutional, okay? Often I'll say that this is your inner Buddha or your inner guru kind of thing, but in the environment position, it's external from you. So I do think it is more institutional, whether that is, a company that you work for or the family that you belong to, the societal or cultural influences of your life. And in a lot of ways, I feel like it's like the unwritten rules that you normally abide by, the unwritten rules of society, if you will. And with the Page of Air over here, I feel like there's sort of this more iconoclastic vibe. You're kind of going against the grain here, going against the system, wanting to carve your own trench, if you will, that there's not necessarily, you may be feeling very disconnected from the norms, so to speak. And we know you're Aquarius, you don't really operate within the norms. It's not normally your field. And this month especially, you're not wanting to feel trapped. You're not wanting to feel limited. You're not wanting to feel not yourself. And it may be hard because there may be substantial influences out there in your life. You may feel like you might be letting someone down. But I think there are, right? We have a card of sacrifice over here. There are sacrifices that are needing to be made for the sake of your big, bold vision, which is what this card says. Your big, bold vision. And I've been speaking on this for almost a year now, really since like last October, November, about how important it is to really think big for yourself, to not hold yourself back in terms of what you ask for, in terms of what you believe can be possible for you, whether it's financial goals, whether it's the love of your life, whether it's the most beautiful home you've ever seen, whether it's to live a lifestyle that is totally location independent and free, and you can travel the world. Like, I don't care what area of your life is the most special for you, but it's important for you to think that the biggest thing that you can think of is in fact possible for you. And so I'm getting a sense that you're starting to really, really hang on to that and say, okay, well, I do believe it is possible, and I am willing to move in a totally new space or in a totally new direction, even if right now it's just via my mind. I'm not telling you to go throw your whole life away or anything, but as long as you allow your mind to explore the possibility, you're exactly where you need to be. Okay? Now remember, right, this card says, remember, love is the key. Love what you have in your life right now. Such an important part of, this is like law of attraction 101, right? We need to be the feeling of that which we seek. And love can bring in so many different things. It can bring in many, many levels of abundance. It can bring in actual romantic love. It can bring in love of family. It can bring in financial security, emotional security. It can bring in friends. It can bring in just an overall joy of life. Love is the rebellion, right? Love is the revolution, if you will. And so this is you becoming the very embodiment of everything that you believe. And because you are continually embodying everything that you believe and everything that you desire, you are continually moving further and further and further away from the status quo. And you will feel that. You will feel like you are getting further and further and further away. And you may feel detached, especially with the Saturn retrograde in your sign. You may feel disconnected, and you may feel, especially with Mars coming in through Taurus, right, which is all about self-reliance, you may feel very much like you are, quote unquote, on your own. And that there are things that you must do for yourself. And there are. The stars call for that. Especially as the sun moves into Leo and actually complements technically they're in a square, Taurus versus Leo, but still, Leo and Taurus energy are very much about the self and the discovery and the expression and the survival of the self. So, there is this sort of revival going on, or this rebirth. It's quiet, it's subtle, it doesn't necessarily have to be super loud, but it is happening nonetheless. Iceberg, submerged. There is I kind of am wanting to use the word indulgence, an indulgence in this big vision. I think it's going to be really, really important to submerge yourself, to submerge your mind and your thoughts consciously into this vision, to continue to dream, to obsess even. And that's not usually something I would recommend, but we do have the South Node over in Scorpio. So there may be a tendency to obsess about an idea, obsess about a dream. And I think there are a lot of positive effects of those types of obsessions. Obviously, we don't want to obsess over people to the point where we want to control them. Obviously, that's not the best thing. But if we can obsess about a dream, we can make a lot of progress. And for you, I think that your dream also entails some quality of bringing value, right? Time to give rather than take. This is not you doing what you want to do because it continually serves the self. It is more about how you can serve others. And when we have the 6th house activated, being of service is huge. So the focus is, how can I be of service today, right? Waking up, how can I be of service? How can I bring value into the world? How can I teach? How can I help awaken or help to ascend? Or how can I do any and all of those things? Universe, use me as a vessel. and really opening yourself up to the creator, to spirit, right? Opening yourself up to the highest of the high so that you can not to become what you want to become, but so that you can feel that sense of fulfillment and satisfaction. Then we have this last card, which kind of stands alone. It kind of accentuates the 6th house sun a little bit. Love and nurture your body. Taking care of your health. Taking care of your, ensuring you're eating the right kinds of foods, ensuring that you are consuming the right types of things, continually focusing on, the highest vibration that you can possibly, hold. Of course, not all day, every day, but still every day, doing something that is good and healthy and beneficial for your body, heart, and mind. Okay, because something is about to happen. As I look at this 9-card block, we immediately start off with the Ace of Wands, which is a positive indication of a new venture, that there is a new adventure right in front of you, a new trail that has never been explored. You've never explored this space before. You've never gone down this road. You may have seen it. You may have passed it. You may have been curious about it. You may have heard other people going down this route as well. And yet this is probably the first time that you're going to start taking first steps. And it's probably something small. Okay, I'm not going to lie. I don't see huge leaps and bounds for you through July. Cancer season is not necessarily it's not even really Cancer. It's more like 6th house, right? 6th house Cancer. It's not about huge leaps and bounds. Mars through Taurus, definitely not about huge leaps and bounds. This is slow evolutionary progress, okay? Slow changes. And because, again, not to harp on the 6th house or whatever, but there's a lot of habitual things that are accentuated here as well. Your day-to-day habits. And those, I think, are going to be coming under revision as well. And even if you change one habit that is not the best for you, that will eventually even out, as we see with the Justice card, because as you make adjustments, the universe must adjust. That is absolutely the law, right? That's natural law. So making revisions in that area are likely to beget results quickly, but also it's like compound interest, right? It kind of starts off slow and then it builds and builds and builds to this point where a few months from now, you're going to be looking back and you're going to realize how the trajectory so drastically changed. Because if you keep going with things the way they are now, you'll be in the exact same position at the end of the year as you are now. So you pretty much have a very predictable life. But if you make these revisions now, then it won't be so predictable. It won't be so obvious about what's going to happen tomorrow. And while I know that as a fixed energy, you do enjoy stability in your life to some degree, you are still, in modern astrology, ruled by Uranus, which is very out of the box. So this is you introducing a little bit of out of the box stuff into your life. And with the 6 of Swords, there is definite movement, meaning you're moving into, I like to think of this as moving into a paradise. There is a movement into paradise. And maybe that's because you are in some way separating more and more and more from the norm, separating more and more from mainstream, continuing to grow, continuing to evolve. And you're leaving the choppy waters behind and sort of making your way toward the smooth, glassy waters that are on the horizon. A place that is paradise, a place that is peaceful, a place that is serene. Now, you are going to have to leave some things behind. Sacrifice with the Hierophant, you are going to have to leave some things behind. But with the 10 of Cups, there's a signification that it is absolutely worth it. What you seek will be delivered to you, not because you go out and get it, but because you truly create it. And we've learned a lot about creation, especially with this North Node in Taurus, which is all about manifestation, bringing things into the reality. To me, 10 of Cups is almost like a promise. You are promised the 10 of Cups, joy, the Ten of Cups, happiness, serenity, peace. You are promised those things if you, in faith, take advantage of this new venture. If you take advantage of this opportunity to make these revisions, to changing habits, to altering certain behaviors that are not necessarily the most useful for you. This is going to require a great deal of self-reflection and a great deal of self-honesty. And it's going to require a great deal of patience as well. Patience for the results. This is not about instant gratification. An Aquarius that goes into something hoping to get the big payout right away is going to be completely wasting their time. And they're going to quit and they're going to go back into their old ways, and then the evolution will just stop short. Because I see with this Page of Coins that there are things that are wanting to come to you, but there's resistance there. Not that you're creating resistance, but it's that you're not at that vibration yet. You're kind of in between. There is something very attractive about, this environment card. And I think that it's safe. It's known. It's understood. Which is why your curiosity just has to come out and play. Your authenticity and the fact that you are just pure love. Because you have to have faith in the unknown. Because if you stay in the known, you are then staying in that which has been experienced, and therefore you've created some form of memory about it. And if you are living in a place where there are memories, right, you are kind of living in the past. It's really more about, are you living in the past or are you living in the future, really, or really more the present, rather. And if you are living in the present, you are then in turn living in the future and creating and expanding, which is what Jupiter through Aries really, really is getting us all to do, is expanding our sense of self through life experience. This Page of Coins wants to come in, and it will come in, but love is the key. Love is the key to truly receiving that. This is just sitting on the sidelines, just waiting for your readiness. And your readiness is not displayed by you sitting in your room with a bunch of candles and saying, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready. That is not readiness. Readiness is beingness, which is why love is the key. You have to become that vibration first. And you will, and you are, and that's the path that you're on. It can be a little bit rocky though, temperance. See, we still have the sort of choppy waters here in the forefront of the card. You're still in the choppy waters because leaving this behind is not easy, and a lot of people don't understand. They don't necessarily like or appreciate when someone goes their own way. They don't like or appreciate it because it challenges them and it challenges their take on what life is and what life should be, because they might be playing it safe. And when they see someone who does not play it safe, it triggers them because they know they could be doing more or living more fully in some way, shape, or form. There may be, we do have Chiron going retrograde. We do have Jupiter going retrograde this month. We just had Neptune going retrograde as well on June 28th, same day as the new moon. So, there's kind of this quality of retreat or retraction, especially when Jupiter is involved. So I do feel like you're pulling your energy away from a lot of things. Now, I love to see you be social and I love to see you connect. In fact, I see a lot of love and connection with both the 10 of Cups and the 2 of Cups. See a lot of connection there, but it's with very specific people. Like, I'm sure, Aquarius, that you've got like a handful of people that are like your people. You love them, they love you, you support them, they support you. And they're not necessarily what we would call like an echo chamber, right? Where you have people just confirming you over and over and over again. These are people that love you and are therefore honest with you and are therefore going to be, really blunt and brutal with you in terms of their opinions, but they also support you. And if you want to make certain decisions, they will back you 100%. But they will also help you, they're not going to feed your delusions. Let's say that. are going to help you stay grounded, especially with Saturn in the first house. It's very important for Aquarians to have that like quote unquote reality, right? They have to keep it real. You're not going to be allowed to like live in some, it's hard to say because like there's that fine line between like delusion and vision. You know what I mean? It's a very fine line. So we got to keep it more in the vision, right? Big, bold vision versus delusion. And so your people are going to absolutely keep you in that realm of vision. They'll keep you focused and they'll support your work ethic in that. Okay. And I love the Two of Cups. So at a bare minimum, Two of Cups is like a good conversation with somebody. Okay. Bare minimum. In its more maximum, this is like a soulmate. This is someone incredible and amazing that you really, really respond to, and they respond to you as well. There's reciprocity, there's mutual respect, there's deep soul level connection, there's compatibility. Okay, so this may manifest in myriad ways. We do have the sun coming into Leo later on. So 7th house activation, there can be romantic connections for sure. You also have Venus in your 5th house for a large part of the month up until the 17th when Venus enters Cancer. But we've got 5th house Venus. We will have a sun coming into Leo on the 22nd. So 5th house, 7th house, a lot of, energy around one-on-one relationships. Okay. Those can develop, those can come in, they can be new. Old relationships can transform and change, and issues can be highlighted for the sake of kind of coming to conclusions with things. And that can be very healthy for all kinds of relationships. So there could be massive strides, massive successes, and massive progress made in that particular area of your life. And I think that's something that you are very determined. I actually really like this Knight of Swords. I don't see that this as being a very abrasive energy. I do see you being incredibly willing to do that. Willing to connect, willing to converse, willing to share, willing to be vulnerable, and willing to kind of put it out there for everyone to know how you're thinking, how you're feeling, and what it is you want and truly need. And I think that's important that everybody do that, because that's the only way that you can all get on the same page for the sake of moving forward. So Knight of Swords energy, I know that you're being, really blunt. That's a word I've used a couple times for you this month, right? You're being very blunt. But it is that bluntness that really opens the door for the success. It's those who are in denial or who are sidestepping around issues. They're kind of like walking around the perimeter of an issue, just not wanting to touch it. Those are the people that are going to really struggle. But the people who get right into it, right? Sun in Cancer, Mars in the 4th house, like you just got to go in there and dig at the root cause. Because if you're not willing to do that, then no healing can truly take place. And if no healing can truly take place, then there's a lot of limits in terms of what can be attained. But the universe wants you to attain all of it. It wants you to, again, bring a lot of value into the world, but receive a lot of value out of this life experience as well. Okay, so this is going to be healthy for everyone. I think Aquarius is really going to be the one pushing the limits and forcing others to push the limits too. And if it wasn't for Aquarius, what will happen wouldn't happen. Okay. 3 of Wands is reversed. And I see that similar with the Page of Coins in terms of the wealth and prosperity, the opportunities, the contacts, the connections, all kind of, it's like they're ready and available for you. It's just a matter of you meeting it. You, through your vibration, through your mindset, through your energy, through your love, must meet the things that you seek. You're learning what that means. You're learning how that works. You are a page after all. The universe needs you to be a page. It needs you to be humble, because through humility comes great wisdom. Some of the most wise people you will ever meet, they are always humble because they realize how little they know. They realize the incredibly intricate tapestry that spirit weaves on a daily basis, right? They understand the essence of miracles, And you are, I think, on that track. It's very not with the grain, okay? Very much not with the grain. But great successes nonetheless. Great achievements, great attainments, and great life revisions. Okay, let's pull up some clarifier cards for the comprehensive. So for those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we will cover in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be found in the description box and the comment thread down below. So let's take a look at this page of air, okay? So we have, oh, just so you know, we normally talk about these cards like for another 25 to 30 minutes as well. So it's kind of like a whole other reading. So Justice. I love that Justice has come out twice. We have the Seven of Wands. And the Five of Cups. I do feel like there are some things that you're going to have to let go of. There are comforts that you have to let go of. And you can find comforts in so many areas, such as a belief, right? You can find comforts in mindsets and behavioral patterns. You can find comforts in other people. Those need to be released. It's time to get uncomfortable. We have the Fool, we have the Hermit, a lot of major arcana coming out there in the environment. And we have the Nine of Cups. Beautiful. Okay, now let's take a look at the 9-card block, starting with the Ace of Wands. What else does Aquarius need to know about this Ace of Wands? We have Judgment reversed. Three of Swords reversed. Not easy to get started on this path, I'm assuming. Not easy to put one foot in front of the other. Ace of Cups. But wow, I don't know that you can deny it. I don't know that you can deny yourself of that opportunity. It's going to be overwhelming. King of Cups reversed. Seven of Coins reversed. Sorry, I had a cut and I just hit it weird. Wanted to make sure it didn't start bleeding again. Okay, so we had the Seven of Coins reversed. And the World, okay. Six of Swords moving forward. With the Emperor. See what I mean? This beautiful paradise. That's what happens when you take charge. Three of Coins. Beautiful. Okay. 10 of Cups. Ugh, I love it. Six of Wands, Six of Cups. There is something magical happening for Aquarius. Six of Cups with the Two of Cups. And I don't usually like to feed the whole romance thing, but there may be some incredible romantic offers for you. There may be someone who's been watching you, who kind of has had their eye on you, who may come out of the woodwork, and it might be something beautiful. High Priestess, Queen of Coins. Page of Cups. Temperance reversed with the Devil reversed. Wow, these kings coming out reversed. And Temperance again. So now we have this beautiful Two of Cups. Nine of Coins. The Chariot. Nope, I accidentally pulled out two. Didn't mean to. But we have the Five of Coins and we have Strength. kind of getting a sense that Aquarius is sort of the one that's really, really forcing people to get into an emotional place that they might not otherwise get to. They've been avoiding. And I think Aquarius is sort of acting like this channel of like, no, you have to. We have to talk about this. We have to confront this. We need to work through this. We have a Knight of Coins reversed. We have a Queen of Swords. Oh, whoops. Did I pull out all the cards? Hold on. That was a mistake. Oh, no, I did. Okay, we're good. One more for that then. I feel like this one. 6 of Coins reversed and 7 of Swords at the bottom of the deck. Okay, so this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive. So if you want to join me, you're absolutely more than welcome. You guys know I love you. I hope you have an amazing July, and I'll talk to you soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Pisces. Welcome to your July 2022 tarot card reading. Thank you so much for being here. So we are going to go ahead and get started for this July reading with the Messenger of Fire card, which is like a Knight of Wands in a traditional tarot. And this is the card that signifies what the universe needs from you. So this really is about passion and adventure and expansion and being ready and willing to walk down unknown paths and set yourself on totally new trajectories and to build up new momentum in new directions. Because the old momentum is only going to become detrimental for you if you continue down that path. Especially if it's really not working, or if it's with a person or with a scenario or a situation that just seems to be like you just continue to bang your head against the wall and you continue to hold hope or hold some sort of like, there's like a clinging on to an idea or a potential of some kind. But I think you're the only one that's keeping that potential alive, because what I'm seeing, especially with the King of Swords, is that there is someone or something, it doesn't have to be like a person, that just seems to be very cold and neutral and is not offering any emotional or energetic investment into the same thing that you are. And I think it's time for you to really to move on, or to move past, to live and let live, to let go, that kind of thing. Because as we have the moon in the environment position, this really is about moving into the unknown realms a little bit and embracing the mystery of life, and sometimes calling a loss and saying, okay, well, maybe this really wasn't meant for me. Maybe this wasn't our time, maybe in the next life, and just being really okay with that. That's hard for a lot of people, to just be okay with the fact that something that they really, really want just maybe isn't going to work out. And the moon can be, is the keeper of a lot of things. We are in Cancer season, which is moon ruled. So of course, as the sun comes through Cancer, there's an illumination of this sort of subconscious realm. And so there are going to be certain traumas, certain desires, certain passions, certain, things that maybe have been buried down for quite some time, kind of coming to the surface and sort of saying, hey, Pisces, it's really ready to heal this thing. We're ready to, become whole and to become complete. This is what you need in order for this Knight of Wands to really light the trail on fire here. But still, you have to kind of confront that part of you, the part of you that is still sort of clinging or hanging on, hoping, desiring, holding space for something that just maybe doesn't want you to do that. Because I know I'm getting really ahead of myself, and normally I go through the oracles, but my eye is so drawn on this King of Swords. Like, he has such a gravity to it. And I feel like this Knight of Swords is also yours, because we have the Knight, and the Knight plus you in tarot is a Knight of Cups. So the Knight energy is definitely yours. And I feel like this is like this Knight of Swords running into the King of Swords. There seems to be something that you're wanting to get. And I don't know, again, it doesn't have to be with like a single person. Sometimes like we find ourselves in financial situations or certain investments, and we want to get money out of it or whatever it is. And, but it's just like, it's hard because the King of Swords is very cold and rigid. I'm not saying this is a bad person or a bad thing. I actually think it's a good person or a good thing. It's just not there in your life to really offer you a lot right now. The King of Swords is somewhat neutral and stoic. There's not a lot of emotion that can be offered. There's not a lot of feeling. And in a lot of ways, there's not a lot of desire to communicate either. A King of Swords is like, Aquarian energy. It's an elevated, more cerebral, higher level perspective. It's more idyllic with that Uranian energy coming through from modern astrology, right? The Uranus rulership there. It's more perfection oriented, that kind of thing. And it kind of views high emotion, which we have emotions are running high. It views high emotion as being somewhat messy, and it doesn't like to get too involved with that kind of stuff. And I know that can be a hard pill to swallow for someone who delves in the realm of emotion. Like, this is a part of the archetype. But I don't see that there's quite a match there right now. I'm not saying forever and always. It's just right now, there's just not a match. And any desire to get anything from that person or situation is just not going to happen. No validation, no feedback really, very minimal conversation or communication, minimal contact, that kind of thing. A Knight of Swords can sometimes there can be anger, there can be sometimes desperation. So if you're feeling that way in any way, shape, or form, I'm not saying all of you are feeling that way. That may be a little bit extreme. But if you are feeling that way, now is a time to really just take a step back and breathe. Because what I'm sensing is that this situation has become quite burdensome and quite heavy and is not in any way, shape, or form aligned with your greater vision. Okay, you have to really keep your greater vision at the front of your mind right now and ask yourself, is this relationship, is this person, is this going to help feed the progress or not? Is this going to help activate or support or anything or not? And chances are, no, it will not. And therefore, it is not worth the time. It is not worth the energy. Really, right now, I love the sacral chakra energy. I love the blessings card with the rainbow. There are many, many, many reasons for you to be hopeful, many, many reasons for you to be happy, to be grateful, to be appreciative. And you don't need to be banging your head against the wall against some kind of an empty cause, okay? There are more opportunities coming down for you, Page of Coins down the line, and they're not that far off, okay? People will knock on your door. They will want to go on a date with you. They will want to, build something with you or start a new business or hire you. Like, they absolutely will. And they will put the money down, right? They'll put their money where their mouth is. They'll sign the dotted line and they'll commit. Right now, I feel like this King of Swords is really non-committal. With Mars coming in through Taurus, there is this incredible autonomy that's coming out for a lot of people. And depending on how it's triggering someone's chart, it'll be stronger for some, more for some than it will for others. With this King of Swords, though, I feel strong autonomy. And they may view attachments or emotional connections or anything like that as problematic. Whereas for you, you will view, deep emotion and deep connection, obviously, as something great and wonderful, as something that, helps to motivate you in life and helps to, it will help you to pursue your higher mission in life. So it's two totally different approaches, and neither is better or worse. It's just very different. And it's difficult to reconcile that right now. Okay? We have this beyond the mind, the heart beats. This is someone who is very much of the mind. You are very much of the heart. And I feel like you are being led by your heart right now as emotions are running high. And sometimes another person's head versus one person's heart, they just, if they're not entirely in sync, it just feels like major disconnect. Okay, but you have to follow your heart. And I think that if you are being honest with yourself about this King of Swords, you would realize that this is not where your heart wants to be, because it hurts. It hurts and it's hard. And it doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel like you belong. And so I do sense, right, no longer holds power over you, that in some way this month you release this King of Swords. You release this situation from your life, and you release your own tethers, right? Or release yourself from your own tethers, rather. Dissolve attachments of the past with love. This is what needs to be dissolved right here, okay? Because it's just not going to be in your best interest as you are, because I know you want to set new momentum for new things. This King of Swords, this connection here is just not conducive for those things. It has become burdensome. It has become something heavy. And I think with the moon, with the honest, because this is it, like there's so much exposure with the moon. There's so much that is obvious to us when the moon is present. Our obvious vulnerability, our obvious traumas, our obvious pain, to the point where we can't even, there's not even a chance that anyone could be in denial. Okay, so there's only honesty. Excuse me. Excuse me. And so it is time to really let this go. 5 of Cups. Chances are the milk has already been spilled with this connection. It's already done. It's already over with. It's already, and I think that it's time to stop trying to scoop up the milk and try to put it back in the container. Obviously that's not the best idea, right? So it's just that acknowledgement that the milk has already been spilled. There's really not a lot you can do, and there's really not a lot that you can get. This is a really slippery energy. It's difficult for a King of Swords to be grabbed onto. All right. And the 8 of Swords is an indication of some sort of mental booby trap of some kind, right? It's like you're kind of in this maze of thoughts, this maze of hopes or hopelessness or whatever it is, and you're having to sort of confront and evade those things or love that part of yourself in order to set yourself free. Obviously, the 8 of Swords is not a place that feels good. It doesn't feel good to feel trapped in a box. And right now, I think the King of Swords does have a little too much power. What they represent has a little too much power because you've given them that power. And so now we take the power back, Mars through Taurus. We take the power back and we continue forward. Now, the Page of Coins is a really good omen of good things coming, right? This is the client. This is the new love. This is the money that you need. This is all those things. But it's needing you to go through this process first. That's why it's coming after. You have the vision, and within the universe, within the field, those opportunities absolutely exist. You've already set the manifestation in motion. You've already set the desire out there. The good thing about emotions running really high is that there's a lot of magical power, right? Because we know that emotion is how we adjust and fine-tune our own frequency in order to become a match for certain things in our life. And when we become a match, it is more likely for those things to come to fruition. Now, the universe seems to be guiding you through this process of gradual ascension, meaning gradual rise in frequency. The universe knows that you're still going through this process, but it is going to give you a little something to boost you up a little bit. And as you have an increase in vibration, another page comes in and another increase, another page, another increase. There are going to be these breadcrumb moments that slowly walk you out of the muck, if you will, of the 10 of Wands, 5 of Cups, and the 8 of Swords. It's going to guide you through this pond, this murky pond, and let you go swim in the beautiful, pristine ocean. Okay, the ocean of the field, the ocean of full abundance. All right, but you have to allow this. Now, a lot of Pisceans, some of you may be cross-watching for Pisces, and you may be like, okay, but they're not going to take this, or they won't, or they haven't in the past. And it's possible that some Pisces won't take it because they are so comfortable with their sort of self-imprisonment here. They're so in love with the pain and in love with the rejection and in love with the martyrdom or whatever it is, that they won't allow themselves to really succeed. Now, that's not probably the people who are watching this, because I feel like the people that watch my channel are wanting to grow, they're wanting to evolve, they're wanting to ascend, and they will take opportunities, even though it may push them into unknown spaces. They are willing to take that risk because they understand how life works. And with the 9 of Wands, you let your guard down, you allow the Page to come in, and suddenly you don't have to be thinking about things anymore. Now, I want to kind of point this card out, which says love and nurture your body. Now, as the moon comes in through, as the sun comes through Leo, okay, that is going to activate your 6th house, which is a house of health. And it is going to be important for you to treat your body really, really, really well, okay? To treat your body with respect, to treat your body with love, with exercise and proper nutrition and diet. You really need to do that because it is your body that is like an antenna. Your body is the receptive mechanism through which you receive from the higher self and from the guardians. And if your body is clogged up, or if you are ignoring things or ignoring symptoms, then it's possible that you won't really be able to do this, okay? Because you're so stuck in memories of this. The healthier you are, the more, I don't just mean like eating a vegan diet, okay? I mean like real health, real nutrition, where all our bodies are different. You have to know your body. If you don't know your body, sun coming through Leo, through the 6th house, is an excellent time to really start learning to, if you have any kind of symptoms, if you have any kind of issues, this is a really, really good time to listen to those and get it taken care of, whether you go see like a regular doctor or a homeopath or something like that, because we want your body to be in tip-top shape. Okay, we want your body to be able to receive. Because when you are fully receptive, there are no choices. This is why I'm saying that, because there are no choices when you are in tune. Because you know what's for you and what's not for you. There are no questions. There are no concerns. There are no issues. There is no back and forth. There is no heavy crossroads. There is only the right way for you that is attuned with this greater vision. Because when you have a vision, the amount of decisions you have to make is very narrow. The amount of choices, the amount of actions that you have to take, it's very narrow. I'm not saying the number of actions, but because we could take 1 million actions in 1 million different directions and go nowhere. You take 1 million actions in one trajectory and you're going to get really far, really fast. So I feel like there's this focus, everything coming into focus. This was messing up your vision. All right, maybe this is the Neptune retrograde. The first month of Neptune retrograde is we are sort of forced to confront the consequences of the decisions that we made when we were wearing our rose-colored glasses. We have to come into the reality of that, the reality of what we created when we were in a state of wanting to believe the best in everything. And so you saw the best in a King of Swords, and it put you in this little trapped place, so you're getting yourself out of that now with Neptune retrograde. You're moving on, you're moving past, you're moving beyond. And this is the month of transition. All right, let's pull out some clarifiers. All right, so for those of you who are new, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we will cover in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be found in the description box and the comment thread down below. We usually talk for another 25 to 30 minutes about these cards, so we will, it's like kind of like another reading. So let's take a look at the Messenger of Fire. What does Pisces need to know additional about what the universe needs from them? Okay, I feel like that one. Beautiful, 9 of Cups. Count your blessings. Yes, definitely blessings, 9 of Cups. A lot of abundance in your life right now. 3 of Coins. And King of Coins. Beautiful. Another 10 of Wands. Ten of Coins. Beautiful. High Priestess. I love the High Priestess energy for Pisces. Okay, let's take a look at the 2 of Wands now. Five of Swords. I'll take that bottom one there. We have, oh, there you are, Knight of Cups. That's definitely your energy. And Queen of Coins reversed. King of Swords. Another 10 of Wands. So the 10 of Wands definitely associated with the King of Swords. Ten of Coins reversed. Ace of Cups. Oh, didn't quite mean for that one to come out, but that's okay. And then we have the Knight of Swords. Knight of Coins. Four of Cups reversed. Eight of Swords. This is like a kryptonite situation, I feel. Definite kryptonite situation. Queen of Cups. Six of Coins. I'm not meaning to pull out all these, but they're just coming out. 2 of Coins reversed, 8 of Coins reversed. This King of Swords definitely brings out some like irrational part of you. Wheel of Fortune reversed. The Fool. The Empress. 2 of Swords, 4 of Swords. Three of Wands. Eight of Cups reversed. Ace of Swords reversed. There seems to be a lot of resistance to things right now. I'm not quite sure why. King of Wands. Another High Priestess. Temperance, and bottom of the deck is Justice. Okay, Pisces, this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive. Okay, so if you want to join, the link will be found in the description box in the comment thread down below. All right, thank you so much. Love you guys. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Aries. Welcome to your July 2022 tarot card reading. Thank you so much for being here. So we're going to go ahead and get started with the Messenger of Fire, which is the card that signifies what the universe needs from you this month. Okay, so this particular energy is really passionate, very expansive, and there's a desire for more. Okay, so when I look at this card and underneath it we have this, nothing will come of this situation, I get a sense that Aries may find themselves in a particular situation that is kind of a lost cause. I don't know how to describe it other than that. It's just kind of a lost cause. So whether it's some kind of a romantic situation or a financial situation or a career path thing or a friendship or something, it's just, there's just not any more that you can really do with that. There's not a lot more that you can put into that path without getting, you're just going to keep getting the same results over and over and over. So this month, really, I see just a lot of getting out of that comfort zone, because the comfort zone has now become problematic. And with the Empress over here in the environment position, there is a suggestion of the infinite abundance. That whatever resources that you need, they will become available to you, whether it's financial resources, potential romantic partners, collaboration partners, potential clients, whatever you're at, right? It's all available to you in infinite numbers. There is no scarcity here. Okay, so it's important that you have that kind of mindset, because that's probably going to be the thing that really pushes you into this state of expansion, which I think is really needed. You've had some really great energy with Jupiter coming through your sign, but this month we have Jupiter going retrograde along with Chiron, both in your sign. So you're going to feel the effects of these retrogrades big time. And if you are not consciously progressing or consciously, going after the things that you say that you want, then you're likely going to feel more frustrated than normal. And if you're kind of resisting this change that's needed right now, that agitation is just going to become more prominent, and you're going to get to a state of being just really fed up with yourself, or fed up with a thing or a situation or another person, again, more than normal, because there hasn't been a fulfillment of wishes with this situation, and therefore you must evolve in order for these wishes to come true, fulfillment of wishes. This is a month of provocation, right? You're being provoked. It is sometimes gets to that point where we look at ourselves and we go, man, I'm so annoyed with myself, or I'm so frustrated with myself. And it's not to be hard on yourself. It's because that you know that you want more for yourself. And this isn't in comparison with anybody else. This is just the natural way of being a human being. Even people who are up on the Himalayan mountains, meditating in caves, even they have a desire for more. There's a desire for higher level consciousness in the same way that there's a desire for more money, right? There's always just this desire for more, because we get comfortable and we get adjusted with certain things. And when that becomes, if we become complacent, then of course we want to stretch and evolve. So this month, with the Effortless card coming out over here, there doesn't have to be a lot that's done, Aries. It's not necessarily about all these things you have to do, but rather sinking into this more natural state of expansion, because that is what we as human beings, as extensions of the universe, just naturally do. We naturally gravitate toward more, or toward bigger, or toward something else. And I'm being very generic here because it's going to speak to you all in different areas of your life. But this is a very natural experience, and you don't have to push against it. In fact, if you do push against it, you're just going to get more of nothing. Nothing will come of this situation. So I don't think that's really where you want to be. And it's actually going to take more effort to stay put than it is to grow. So over here, we also have be the hunter, not the hunted. This is kind of like, are you going to be the victim, right? We just had this Neptune going retrograde. And I often feel that Neptune retrograde is reminiscent of like living in the consequences of the choices that we made when we were wearing rose-colored glasses, right? And sometimes the reality can kind of settle in and be a little bit harsh. But it is sometimes that harsh reality, that sort of shattered illusion, if you will, that enables us to see truth and to take the power back. And I think Mars, your ruling planet, he's going from rulership into detriment. So he's kind of moving to a place of like a weaker status. However, Mars in Taurus still is very self-sufficient and highly self-reliant. So there's a lot of that autonomy. It's kind of like really taking responsibility for a lot of things. And it's not to say everything is your fault by any stretch of the imagination, but the things that you should be held accountable for, you are holding yourself accountable for. And so taking that power back, you then become, you put yourself in this position of wisdom, as we see with the owl, and this position of power, as we see with being the hunter, right? This is not about your weaknesses as much as it is about your strengths. We also have be authentic. Your way is the only way for you. There is an element of kind of going against the status quo, not the status quo in terms of like the system, okay, but the status quo of you and your life. You are going to become rebellious against your own patterns, become rebellious against your own norms, because clearly those norms continually put yourself in situations that are no longer truly serving. Now, again, it's not every area of your life. Some of you have very successful, let's say, romantic relationships, but maybe you're struggling a little bit like with the relationship with your parents. Some of you may have, really strong spirituality practices, but maybe you're struggling a little bit financially, right? So there's kind of that area, and we all have an area in our life where we just sort of have to learn, we have to learn, and sometimes it takes a long time. But right now you're kind of in a position of not only learning, but also living in the wisdom. So becoming more and more wise. Now, this says take your life and enjoy it. And I love this because, again, this is supposed to be fun. And I know that I'm all like serious all the time and I have this kind of, despairing sounding voice or whatever. But I think, this is supposed to be a fun process, as we see with the messenger of fire. And you being, one of your ruling planets, right? The sun is exalted in Aries. So it's kind of like a co-ruler, so to speak. So there is this, passion and creativity and self-expression and this desire to really enjoy life and to discover who you are, and that's kind of one of the beautiful qualities of Aries that kind of goes overlooked sometimes. But it is supposed to be more effortless in nature. This is not supposed to be drudgery. It's not supposed to be overwhelming or frustrating. In fact, if you are feeling that, it's likely that, you're trying to push through some kind of a barrier. You're trying to breach this outer skin, if you will, that's been kind of containing you for quite some time. And this is a time where you're really wanting to go past that. And I see that with the Eight of Cups. Now, the thing with the Eight of Cups, with this moving away energy, is it's not like you're moving away from something that you really want. You're moving away from something that you don't want that weirdly became comfortable. That's a hard reality sometimes, to be like, wow, like I can't believe that this difficult thing actually became my norm, that I either allowed it or that it has gone on for so long. And it's just kind of, you get fed up and you're moving toward the light, which is beautiful. You're moving toward this greater level of brilliance and greater level of abundance. Now, I would highly recommend looking at your birth chart, okay? And for those of you who don't know astrology, if you look at your birth chart and you look for the little circle with the dot in the middle, okay, that's the symbol for the sun, and figure out which house placement it's in, house 1 through 12. And once you figured out which house it's in, research that and kind of get an idea of what your soul desire truly is, right? In traditional astrology, the sun represents our soul and our spirit, and this kind of quality of desire to attain. So let's say you naturally have your sun in, let's say, the 7th house. It's very natural for you to want to attain success within romantic relationships and specifically marriage. Okay, so if that speaks to you, again, every house has its own thing. And there's a quality of prominence within your life with that thing. And so sometimes just giving into that and allowing that to be the case, you tend to make your life a whole lot easier, and you don't have to connect your soul desire with your livelihood, which is what you do for money. They don't necessarily have to be the same thing. If you can align them, of course, that's even more effortlessness, but not everyone can, and that's okay. Just so long as you're aware. But I think that you are kind of getting in touch with this sort of greater soul desire, which is where this desire for expansion is really coming from. And because you are aligning in this way, of course, here's the Empress to support you in every way, shape, and form that she possibly can, with all the resources, with all the people, with all the information, and just sort of shoveling it in, saying, hey, Aries, here's everything you need. Every tool, every resource, every person, it's all here for you. Okay? And it's a beautiful moment to be in. It's a beautiful experience to really lean into that. We have the 8 of Coins reversed, which to me suggests a little bit of a lack of focus. That in your regular, everyday, mundane type of world, it may be difficult to kind of keep things going because you're kind of like, when we are in growth periods, it tends to take over. So we get kind of obsessed with ideas. We get obsessed with new beginnings. We get obsessed with new passions and things like that. And so we kind of gravitate and dedicate more and more time and energy toward those things. And the mundane every day becomes a little bit frustrating. And you don't want to sit home and do your laundry, and no, you probably don't want to answer those emails, and no, you definitely don't want to be talking on the phone because you'd much rather be designing this thing, or you'd much rather be driving to that place, and so you're going to have to figure out a way to balance that. But the fact that you are sort of disassociating or disconnecting from this, right, is more indicative that nothing will come of this situation, right? That the everyday life, the regular norm, mundane thing is just simply not enough anymore. So that is what's really triggering this push, this 8 of Cups push to kind of move toward the sun here. It's interesting that we have the sun versus Saturn, or the devil, right? The sun versus Saturn being represented, because on one hand, there's this incredible, brilliant light, and then on the other, there's this sort of restraint and restriction. There's nothing but freedom, and then the opposite of freedom here. And so the fact that these are both present tells me that you are in this transition period, because no, I don't think that you can completely leave your old life behind yet, because, maybe, hey, you need the money, or hey, you've got kids with this person, you can't just up and go, or you're married. It's not as easy as all that. You need this job, if someone relies upon you, and I totally get it. I'm not telling you to completely sever things willy-nilly without consideration of consequences. In fact, I think that would be a bad idea. But I do think that allowing yourself to really indulge in where this sun is really pulling you is going to be important for shifting the vibration. And as the vibration shifts, then you are going to notice that these old or past things sort of fall out of your life quite easily. We have the 7 of Coins, which, again, all these 3 coin cards go hand in hand with this nothing will come of the situation. It's just, I heard someone describing on a podcast once, it was the Chris Brennan astrology podcast, and he was talking about, or one of his guests was talking about how the 7 of Coins was like watching plants grow. And I was like, oh my gosh, that is literally the best description I've ever heard. I've never heard that before, but it literally is like watching plants grow. It's like you work and you weed and you water and you fertilize and you do all the things. And then you're just sitting there waiting. It's like nothing is coming out of it. And sometimes it feels like it takes forever. Not to say that nothing will come out of it. It's just, I just don't know that you're willing to sit and watch the plants grow right now. I think you need more than that. You need more stimulation. You need more intrigue. You need more fire. This is a little too dull, a little too plain for you. And I think that your demands are actually quite reasonable, and the universe will respond accordingly. I don't know that this is a month where you can just sort of, be in your meditative state and to be all contemplative. Like, I think we're through with that sort of meditative, contemplative stuff for now. We had enough of that in the beginning of the year with all the Pisces energy. When Mars and Jupiter came into Aries, it was just kind of a lot more action oriented. Right now we've got Jupiter and Mars still in Aries, although Mars will enter into Taurus on the 5th. And then we still have, Venus in Gemini, which is going to offer a lot of stimulation. We have a Mercury that is just really going at top speed here. It's only going to be in Cancer for a couple of weeks. Okay, so there's just a lot of movement and sitting and contemplating and doing that kind of thing. It just doesn't really work. You've done enough of that, and now it's time to implement. It's time to put the strategy, if you have one. Even if you don't have one, that's okay. But to put the wheels in motion here. And with the King of Wands, now I do feel like the King of Wands is you. Okay, we've got the Messenger of Fire. We have the King of Wands. Later on in the month, on the 22nd, the Sun comes into Leo. Right, we've got a new moon in Leo on the 28th. Same day as the Jupiter going retrograde. Interesting that actually on the 28th of next month, on the 28th of July, we have new moon in Leo and Jupiter retrograde, same day. And in June, we had new moon and Neptune retrograde on the 28th as well. So these two new moons back to back, new moon in Cancer, new moon in Leo, both very potent in that regard because they're kind of working with big outer planet retrogrades. Technically not outer planet, but more social planet, Jupiter. King of Wands is, of course, a visionary, highly creative. There's a lot of self-expression. And I think the desire for you to be seen, to be heard, to be celebrated, to appreciated, and again, to really offer something of value. I think the King of Wands likes to make people's lives better or more beautiful by creating beautiful things or things that are functional or things that actually really help. There is a service-oriented quality with the King of Wands. I don't think his primary motivation is money by any stretch of the imagination. His primary source of motivation is like unity and working together and just sort of having a system or having a world that works. And for that, he is truly rewarded. And I do see a sense of morality. I see a sense of goodness coming through. I see something that is, something, I see you building something that you'll be truly proud of. And it's been a struggle for you, for sure. You've probably had issue or taken issue, which has prevented your growth from this point, up to this point. Perhaps you had a trauma associated with it. Perhaps you had, a lot of obstacles. Let's use money as an example, as we have Mars coming into Taurus, okay, as just one of the transits. Let's say you really struggled financially and you had a lot of ups and downs. Let's say you have had, easy time making money, and then, sometimes you'll spend it all and go totally broke, right? That's just kind of a very Mars through the second house type of thing. So we'll just use that. So this is a moment where you say, I'm tired of that particular financial pattern and I want more consistency. Mars in Taurus. I want more consistency. I want more stability. I want more even predictability to some degree. And so breaking through the ups and downs to sort of find that even point can feel very Saturnian in nature. And maybe it has truly been a struggle, because each time that you've said you've wanted that, because who wouldn't want that? Who wouldn't want financial stability? You somehow sort of got caught back in the same wave of the past. Even though you always tell yourself it's going to be different this time, it's going to be different, I won't do it, it's going to work this time. So now is a chance for you to really make that change, to really evolve, so that you can really have the fulfillment of your wish. Saturn has taught us the lessons, and we've had great pain because of it. And now I think with even the Knight of Swords, now I'm kind of getting this Knight of Swords as an aspect of you on one hand, and you seem to be running away in fear. Your traumas, your past patterns, your struggles, your failures are things that you have learned from and that you will not touch again with a 10-foot pole. It's one of those things like you will never make that mistake again. You never will. And the Knight of Swords is like desperately running in that other direction. Like, no, thank you. This is not going to be the case because this is too hard. Devil with the Three of Swords, it is too hard. It is too much drama. It is too much struggle. It is too much energy and worry and anxiety and pain, and it's just too much. And a messenger of fire is not about that. That is not his vibe at all. Even the Knight of Swords is like really running away, you know? And it's not that you're bypassing or in denial. It's just that you have truly reached that point where you've outsmarted yourself. You've truly reached that point. The threat of reverting back is minimal. The only way you would revert back would be if you truly had it in for yourself, which I just really don't think that any of you do. Some Aries might. You may know some Aries who are on a serious path of self-destruction, right? but most of you are not there. And Chiron has taught you a lot about yourself. There's been so much healing with Chiron. Oh my goodness, right? Like, oh good Lord, it's been a lot. And now it's time to act as though you are healed, right? It's time to act as though you are healed, to mature, to be grown, to be faithful in the infinite abundance, to be passionate about yourself, passionate about what you want, to be authentic, to be effortless. And this is a beautiful moment. It truly is. Okay, let's go ahead and pull out the comprehensive clarifiers. So for those of you who are new to my channel, okay, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we will cover in the comprehensive reading. The link for that can be found in both the description box and the comment thread down below. And it's 4:44 p.m. right now as I look at the clock. We usually talk for another 25 to 30 minutes, so you kind of get like a whole other reading. Okay, so let's take a look at this messenger of fire. What else does Aries need to know regarding what the universe needs from them? Beautiful. Ace of Wands. We love it. It's an opportunity and you definitely should take it. Wheel of Fortune. Even better. And the Seven of Swords. For the environment, what's going on in Aries' environment externally from them? Karma, or that's like judgment in traditional tarot. The Hermit. And the one that I saw was Eight of Swords. Okay. Now we take a look at the 9 card block. So what else does Aries need to know about the Eight of Cups? Hermit reversed. Maybe some of you coming out of a pretty serious Hermit phase, especially earlier this year. Queen of Cups reversed. Hierophant. For the Sun. Beautiful. 3 of Coins. 8 of Coins. 5 of Swords. Ace of Coins. 5 of Coins. The Lovers. We got the Fool, the Knight of Cups, the Six of Cups, and the Empress for the Seven of Coins. Four of Coins. Beautiful Knight of Wands, which is the same here. Hanged Man. King of Cups. Ace of Wands reversed and Justice. Eight of Cups. Well, we like to see that again on top of the Devil. We have Seven of Cups. Nine of Swords. Star, beautiful. And Death. Another Wheel of Fortune. And the Emperor, beautiful. I love to see that Aries card at the very end and then a Nine of Wands at the bottom reversed. Okay, so this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive. So if you want to join, you are more than welcome. If not, I wish you an amazing July. Have a great month, and I'll talk to you soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Taurus. Welcome to your July 2022 tarot card reading. Thank you so much for being here. So we're going to go ahead and get started with the Queen of Water, which is the card that signifies what the universe needs from you this month. Okay, so the Queen of Water, which is like the Queen of Cups in a traditional tarot deck, is definitely intuitive. All right, now we have Mercury coming in through Cancer this month, which is really going to put us in touch with our bodies, really putting us in touch with our gut feelings and our heart feelings. And there's not going to be a lot of question about what is good for us and what we need for us in our lives. With Mars coming in through Taurus, right, your sign, there is this kind of pull into ourselves because we know that Taurus is this really self-sustaining, self-sufficient kind of energy. And when we put Mars in there, which is this hyper-independent warrior kind of energy, there is this like, I can do it myself, I can do it on my own, and kind of even a determination to do that. And, you know, I know that's not going to set well with everyone in every scenario, but generally speaking, there is this kind of shouldering of responsibility and holding yourself accountable for the success or failures of whatever it is that you're wanting to do. And the choices that you're facing right now are really important because when we make certain decisions, the word that's been coming up this month has been lucrative. All right, that's been the big word of the month. The choices and the decisions and the pathways that we take have the potential to become highly lucrative. And we don't want to put our future success in the hands of anybody else, regardless of how much we trust them, right? South Node in Scorpio in your 7th house. And it's not to say you don't love your people. Of course, we know you love your people, but there are some things that you just kind of need to do yourself. And I think right now is a really excellent time to do that. We have over here in the environment position, we have the Emperor card, which we know the Emperor is a figure. Now, it could be a real person that you know, or it could be like, let's say someone that you see on social media or something, and this can represent the way that you think they are. Okay, because if you don't know them personally, there's a lot of projection going on. You hold a lot of respect for them. You hold them in high regard, whether you know them or not. It doesn't really matter. I think the image that you hold of them is what's important because they're going to hold you accountable. Actually, no, you're going to hold yourself accountable, but it's because for whatever reason, this person inspires you. And I don't know that it's necessarily that you want to impress them. I don't think that that's necessarily the case, but it is that, you know, that you want to be someone that fits with an emperor, right? You want to be the one that can also sit on the emperor's throne, and you want to do the things that an emperor does in order to get there. And so the work ethic is really strong for Taurus this month. Even with Venus, your ruling planet, coming through Gemini, now she's going to be making her way into Cancer later on. As she makes her way into Cancer, it activates the third house, which of course is a really beautiful and highly creative house. And there's a lot of movement and energy and communication and connection that happens here. And so it's likely that you will be aligning with high quality individuals, right? Venus, people that you value. So that's something to really consider. Now, I want to go through these oracle cards a little bit before we get into the 9-card block, because we start off with this: show the world the real you. And there is a lot of authenticity surfacing. Now, Taurus is one of those zodiac signs that I don't often see, I mean, if you're like on the spiritual track or whatever, there's usually a strong level of authenticity that comes through just naturally. I think earth signs, I'm generalizing, and I don't mean to like do a whole blanket statement or whatever, because I know that's not true for everybody, but earth signs are a little bit more raw and in your face, because that density is so high. So there is a quality, though, of authenticity and getting more in touch with, what it is you truly do value, and putting yourself in a position to fully align with those things. We also have a card of spiritual union, which I love with the Emperor, okay, because there could absolutely be some partnership or some collaboration or something that happens for you professionally or romantically or otherwise. And of course, that could be like a match made in heaven, just high compatibility, high levels of mutual respect, high levels of creativity and productivity as well, meaning you'll be able to get a lot of things done quickly, efficiently, effectively, and you'll be able to rise or grow because of that. We have this unfoldment card, which tells me that yes, things for Taurus are beginning to unfold. The fruits of your labor. I mean, we're still in Cancer season. Normally, I think we see our harvest sometimes in Virgo season if we're lucky, but it's usually like Libra, Scorpio, or Sag season, sometimes way till like Capricorn season too. But it's usually later on in the year. So things are still unfolding. So having your eyes set on certain results right now, I mean, you can have your eyes set on results, but I wouldn't expect them to be like happening right now or materializing in this very moment. This is a process. And to be, kind of married to the process is going to bring a lot more satisfaction and fulfillment than being married to the results. Okay, so we have restore and replenish, which is great for Venus coming through the second house for the couple of weeks anyway, until the 17th when she enters into Cancer. She is going to enable you to reconnect with the things that are truly important to you and to deprioritize the things that simply are not. And if you do need a break, right, Mars through the first house, you have to be kind of selfish a little bit in terms of what your needs really are. Mars can have spikes of energy and then it depletes very quickly. This is a more volatile quality. It's not consistent in any way. And so yes, you may wake up in the morning and be supercharged, but maybe by 2 p.m. you're going to need to lay down and take a nap, right? If that's the case, then please allow yourself to do that. We have let love be your guide. Live a life from love, guided by love. Which with the Queen of Water, I don't know that you really have any other option. I think you have really learned a lot about love. You are with the North Node in your sign as well. And it's like the love, right? The universal love, not necessarily romantic love, although it can manifest through romantic connections. But when you have the pure universal love in your heart, and you have pure intentions and an open mind, I say that there's going to be a lot of evolution that happens in a subtle way. That evolution will be paramount for this new direction that you're taking. I think all of us to some degree can feel that like an old life is closing and a new life is beginning. and we are in that transition. And that was true for last year as well. It's true for this year. And we can sense that these new waves of momentum are starting to build, but the old has not officially cleared its way yet. So we're in this interim period, or in this medium period. And it's important to allow yourself, right, to build the momentum for the new direction without having to worry about like closure or anything like that, okay? We have this card here that says everyone lives in their own dream. This is from the 4 Agreements deck, which is, one of the agreements is don't take anything personally. Everyone lives in their own dream. You may have certain ideas and certain goals for yourself, and maybe no one really shares those right now. Maybe there's not a lot of people that can really get on board with you, with the exception of probably the Emperor. Clearly, the Emperor is showing up in your environment position for a very specific reason. But at the end of the day, this really is on you, Mars through Taurus. It's on you. It's on the self. And whether someone wants to be on board or not, it's not really your business, And I think you'd be better off doing a lot of things by yourself anyway, especially when it comes to work or building a business. Now, I'm not saying you can't delegate or pay people to do certain tasks. You can certainly do that. But when it comes to the leadership and the decision making on things, all of that lies on you. So as we get into the 9-card block, we have the 2 of Wands, which of course is a card of vision, right? He's got this world, he's got this globe in his hands. So what is this world that you envision for yourself? What does this life really look like? And allow yourself to indulge in the vision of that, because that's what's going to, I'm getting the word grip, like you're going to be able to really grip onto it, and it's going to help you leverage the moments, leverage the decisions. Because if you know that you have a certain place you want to be, a certain goal that you have, I don't care what it is, financial, romantic, career, family, friends, health, whatever the goal is, decisions should be easy, because the question is does it fit within the vision or not? Is it going to get me closer or not? And there will be some, decisions in there that maybe won't work out perfectly. That's fine. But, you'll be able to make decisions quickly. And with the Justice card, you have to acknowledge that things are going to adjust for you. They are going to, with every decision that you make, the external world is going to have to rearrange itself a little bit. The Justice is interesting because it looks like this beautiful balanced card, but it's actually quite disruptive sometimes if we aren't already aligned. If we are changing tracks, a lot of things are going to have to readjust, and they usually unfold slowly. And I see the kind of chaos with the 5 of Wands. As you redirect your energy, other people are going to feel like the inertia of that. And they're going to be like, wait a second, like, where did Taurus go? And what is Taurus doing? And they're kind of pulling the rug out from under me. And they're kind of not present anymore. They're not showing up anymore, or they're not investing anymore, and they're going to feel that kind of pullback from Taurus. But, you have to, right, here's the Taurus card, the Hierophant, you have to follow your heart, and you have to follow your guide. Again, Mercury through Cancer, there is no question in my mind that you will be sure of what feels right. For those of you who are listening to this and you're like, dude, Jane, like, you're so wrong, you are so off, like, I don't have a clue. Chances are you're either in denial of something, right? Or you're afraid. And you're using things as an excuse. Like, one of the things that came to my mind just randomly was, when a person has a child and they say, like, I can't travel anymore. Like, let's say they had a really, active lifestyle and they traveled all over the place. So, well, now they have a child and they say, well, now I can't travel because I have a kid. And I think that's just, but then all day, every day, I see people online all the time traveling with kids. Like, I know it's more complicated, and I know it's a little bit more difficult, and it's certainly more expensive, but you can. right? So you want to make sure that you're not making excuses for things. You want to make sure that you're putting yourself in a position to truly win, because that's what Taurus does. It freaking wins, right? It wants to manifest, it wants to create, it wants to have and to enjoy the benefits of its good decisions. So, if you have to pull things back a little bit, and if people have to freak out a little bit, and if you make changes, all that means is that the company is going to realign, and you are going to notice a realignment in your company. Now, as Jupiter and Chiron go retrograde this month, okay, Jupiter goes retrograde on the 28th, so way late in July. We'll probably talk a little bit more about it in the August videos. Then we also have Chiron going retrograde on the 19th. So, okay, that 19th, Chiron goes retrograde. A couple weeks later, well, like 10 days later, right? 9 days later, whatever it is, Jupiter goes retrograde in your 12th house. Now, 12th house does have a lot to do with surrender and loss, okay, just very generically. And when I look at this Eight of Cups here, I know I skipped over the Queen of Wands. I'll get back to her in just a second. But this Eight of Cups is an indication that you are clearly moving away from some comfort zone. But that comfort zone is not necessarily like a good place to be. Like, let's say you've been telling yourself, I'm looking at him walking, like, let's say you need to like exercise, okay? And maybe you've been living a more sedentary lifestyle, right? You've been sitting down a lot, you've been watching a lot, you've been playing video games, or you've been, just reading even, or you haven't been like exercising as much as you should. And now you're like, okay, I really, really, really need to make certain adjustments like today, like right now, I need to do that. Because again, it got comfortable maybe, but that it's not healthy for you. And so the moving on process is not really that complicated. This is what I mean. I don't see anyone this month being really confused about the direction that they need to go. I don't see people getting confused about what's good for them or what's healthy for them. And the Queen of Wands, now she's the card of Aries. So when I look at Aries, I kind of look at ruling planet Mars, which of course is coming into your sign. And of course, we have the Jupiter and Chiron retrograde in the 12th house, indicating severance. So we need to sever our attachment to certain comfortable things that are not healthy. And I'll go in full stop and say the word healthy. And I think it has to do with habits. I think it has to, right, because Chiron and Jupiter will be aspecting the 6th house by opposition. And I think it has to do with complacency. And here's the Queen of Wands. What I love about a Queen of Wands is her willingness to get up and move, right? To get up and do things. To get up and to just completely, I don't know, she likes to shake things up for herself. She likes to keep things stimulating and interesting. And that combined with the surety of the Queen of Water or the Queen of Cups, I sense that things will go well. I don't get this feeling of big mistakes or huge failures. I just don't see that. I see you taking steps, right? Connecting dots in a much bigger picture. And I don't see you having to like go back and erase it later on. So you can have faith, you can have trust in this feeling that you are that's kind of bubbling up inside of you. Queen of Wands wants to act. Mars definitely wants to act, especially when it's in your sign. He's going to come and he's going to bring energy, especially when he comes in contact with Uranus later on, okay? Because when he comes into contact with Uranus and the North Node, there's like this electrical quality. And that electrical quality brings innovation, brilliant ideas. Random events could happen that sort of click you into alignment with certain things. And it could, and I'm from a global perspective, I'm not super optimistic about that particular transit, but from an individual standpoint, I love it. I love it. Because there can be major innovation, major change for us in the areas where we are really stuck, right? Taurus, a very stubborn, fixed earth, high density archetype. Mars is kind of coming through and cutting through the BS, okay? We have the Knight of Coins, which I wonder if it's someone else. I don't feel a huge, like, I'm feeling really neutral about him. I don't really know, like, he's just kind of there, coming in, offering you a coin, and I don't see you taking it necessarily. Ace of Wands reversed. There may be people that give you some kind of an offer. Now, for some of you, because Mars is through the 1st, right, by opposition, it aspects the 7th. It could also be career by a square through 10th house, you know. It's an offer, maybe a job offer, maybe a financial offer, maybe an offer for a promotion or a raise, maybe a new lover, maybe an ex coming back, something like that. It doesn't seem very intriguing to me, though. And I don't think it's going to seem very intriguing to you either. And maybe this is an opportunity for you to say, you know, this is just not in alignment with what I want. It's not in alignment with where I think I'm going for myself. And I don't see you taking it. In fact, I see you walking away. Page of Wands, turning your back on the Knight of Coins, because maybe it's just not enough. It's just not good enough. It's not high enough. It's not exciting or stimulating enough. It's not enough pay. It's not with a good enough company. It just doesn't meet your standards. And again, it's a very easy choice. I don't see it being a complicated choice. You turn your back on it and you say, you know what, I'll take a risk of moving forward in the desert, as we have the Page of Wands in the desert. I'll take a risk, I'll turn my back, and I'll walk forward in the desert, not knowing really what's going to come next, but I know that something better is going to come along. And again, it all kind of comes back to this Emperor. It's kind of like, what would this Emperor do? Would my Emperor, whoever that is, settle? Would my Emperor just take it just because it's there? Probably not, right? This is an Emperor that's absolutely willing to risk it all for the big payout. He's a little risky. Mars is definitely a little risky too. Okay, so let's go ahead and pull out some clarifiers. So these are going to be the cards we're going to cover in the comprehensive, okay, for those of you who are new and don't know what's going on. So we pull out clarifiers and we talk for another 25 to 30 minutes, usually approximately, about these cards. So if you want to join me, the link for that will be found in the description box and the comment thread in the description box down below. Okay, so let's take a look at the Queen of Cups. What else does Taurus need to know about this Queen of Cups? Okay, beautiful. 10 of Coins. You definitely should not be sacrificing or scrimping or devaluing or undervaluing yourself and your talent and your skill. 4 of Coins, and what it is you truly have to offer. 4 of Coins. Beautiful Knight of Cups. Now for the Emperor. In the environment, what else does Taurus need to know about what's going on in their environment? Love the Ace of Wands. Oh, another Justice card. And the 3 of Swords. I feel like things are kind of coming to a head for Taurus right now. Make sure I have reversals in here. Do I have reversals? No, I do not. Okay, hold on. Let me put reversals in. Sorry about that. I didn't realize I didn't have them. 2 seconds. That was a terrible shuffle, but that's okay. We will make it work. Okay, so now we're going to focus on the 2 of Wands. What else does Taurus need to know about this 2 of Wands? Love it. Queen of Wands. Strong ambition coming through you. Like, I don't know. No one can really mess with Taurus this month. That is for sure. There's a strength. There's an inner power, sense of worth. Fool and another Hierophant. Excellent. It's kind of like a tipping point, right? You're kind of have kind of reached this point, and it's just like you either have to pursue this dream or pursue this goal, or you have to disappoint yourself. Like those are the only options. It feels like 10 10 of coins. Oh, I love that we got that twice for you guys. That's awesome. Some of you may be making big financial strides this month. 10 of wands reversed. 4 of cups reversed. Five of wands. We have the 3 of wands. I feel like that card wanted to come out. Death reversed. Queen of coins. The world reversed. 7 of wands reversed. Page of swords. Another 5 of wands. Yeah, your strength is certainly going to be triggering for some people. And you know what I've even heard? Like, I feel like some people are going to say like, oh, the audacity, right, of Taurus. Oh, the audacity. Like, I can't believe that they think that they could get that. Or I can't believe that they think that they, can do that. And remember what this card says. Everyone lives in their own dream. Everyone's creating their own reality. If they want to create a reality of scarcity for themselves, then so be it. That's on them. Everyone has to be held accountable with Mars through Taurus. Everyone has to be responsible for the energy that they put out there. Hanged Man reversed. 10 of Cups reversed. Three of Coins reversed. Okay, we officially got 3. Turning upright. Star reversed, Temperance, and 10 of Swords. Oh, beautiful. Ace of Coins, the Lovers. There is something about a union, spiritual union. Some of you may be meeting like quote unquote soulmates this month or connecting with soulmates. And again, it doesn't have to be romantic. It can be friendships and professional collaborations and all that kind of stuff. And I think that's awesome. So we have Strength reversed. The Sun. 9 of Swords. And, an Emperor at the bottom of the deck. Okay, it all comes back to the Emperor. All right, so this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive. All right? Thank you guys so much. You know I love you. I hope you have an amazing month, and I'll talk to you soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Gemini. Welcome to your July 2022 tarot card reading. Thank you so much for being here. So let's go ahead and get started with the Messenger of Air, which is the card that signifies what the universe needs from you. Okay, so this is like the Knight of Swords in the traditional tarot deck. And what I love about the image here is it definitely is giving off this more etheric energy, right? There's this angelic, inspired, full of love, full of peace and serenity kind of vibe. And if that's something that you can embody in your life, I think you are going to be set apart from all the other Geminis and pretty much everybody else, right? Because I sense that you're in a period of creation right now. And there is a desire for more, right? In the environment, we have the World card, which of course we know is the last card of the major arcana. So when we hit that end point, that last card, there is that sort of alpha and omega, beginning and ending kind of message. So you are closing something out and you are beginning something new. But I feel like you're kind of inaccessible right now, right? We have this card that says emotional withdrawal. You're not accessible. You are, again, with Mars coming through the 12th house, that's to be expected. There is a desire for a little bit more isolation or to be on your own or to do things by yourself. and to not necessarily include so many people, right? When we have Saturn in retrograde in the 9th house, this month in July, we're actually going to be having Chiron and Jupiter going retrograde in your 11th house. And we have strong 12th house, 1st house, and 2nd house activation. So when 12, 1, and 2 are activated, it's a lot more private. It's much more about you, yourself, you for you, what you need to do, that kind of thing. And again, people may perceive this as you being, I don't know, moody or unavailable or emotionally unavailable or whatever, but I think it's essential for you to go through that right now. It's essential for you to pull it in, because with the inspired quality of the messenger of air, it's likely that you are going to have some really incredible insights in terms of the direction that you want something to go. We have this don't let your past hold you back, which indicates that you really are breaking free from past situations. You're leaving people behind, you're untethering yourself from bad habits, you're becoming even more and more self-aware. And when Mars comes through the 12th house, yes, there is a lot of self-awareness that happens. You start to see things from an extraordinarily high level perspective, and you start to see, well, maybe I was wrong with this, or maybe I was right with that. But it doesn't really matter whether you're right or wrong, so long as you see it for what it truly is, or what it truly was, or from where it really came from. So you're creating more harmony in your life by doing this with the Harmony card. And that harmony, of course, begins internally. It begins within you, in your heart space, with your head and heart alignment. And when you are in harmony, you are, of course, in peace. And when you are in peace, your attraction power, we have the power of attraction, is really, really, really strong. Now, I don't see any desperation coming from Gemini right now, for at least, more evolved or more self-aware Geminis, okay? I don't see desperation. I don't see grasping. I don't see, a neediness in any way, shape, or form. When the 2nd house is illuminated by the sun, there are strong, let it come to me energies, right? It's like, let it come to me. Like, I'll work and I'll do what I need to do, but I'm going to use the knowledge that I have regarding attraction, regarding manifestation, to create space for those things. So you're going to notice, right, time to do it differently, go beyond what you have done before. There is a different approach here. You are breaking the cycle. And I don't know what that means for you. It's going to be true for you in all different parts of your chart, right? In different ways, different areas of your life. But it is time for you to do it differently. Let's say we're talking about romantic relationships here. You're probably going to start going after people that you're highly compatible with, but maybe they don't give you the full-on butterflies and the sweats and all that kind of thing, but they're a really good person, and maybe it's someone that you see yourself building a life with. Maybe in the past you would have disregarded that person because you don't get the feelings, right? But now you're like, what? I actually really could see my life building with this person. So I'm going to really give it a shot, And so maybe it's not the most exciting route or the most exciting path, but there's definitely a quality of being sustainable and longevity. And the changes that you're making, again, like I said before, they are coming from a highly inspired place. They're coming from a place of higher self-knowing. And you might not necessarily really care that much about where this is going, right? It's just a matter of it feels good to get out of the comfort zone. It feels good to do it differently. It feels good to detach, right? Mars through the 12th house. There's a lot of surrender and loss that comes through, but it's really a surrender and loss of the self. And so it's kind of like a baptismal house a little bit. It can be a little earth-shattering sometimes, or a little bit wonky sometimes, but really it is a cleansing. You are going through a cleansing. You are going through a closing and a reopening, so that you can create a beautiful dream, right? This is from the 4 Agreements deck. Be impeccable with your word is one of the 4 agreements, right? Create a beautiful dream. And that's what you're doing. And that's why the isolation, that's why the emotional withdrawal, because you need to kind of reset and reboot yourself internally so that you can, go out in the world and do the stuff you need to do later on. So as we get into the 9-card block with the 3 of coins, I do see difficulty with collaborations with that card. So issues with coworkers or any kind of clientele. There might just be some weird stuff that goes on. It doesn't mean there's like a full and complete breakdown by any stretch of the imagination. It's just, I really think you would be preferring to do things by yourself. Now, when the sun moves into Leo later on in the month, it's going to activate your 3rd house, which of course is your natural house. And it may be a little bit more social at that time, right? Leo season, perhaps a little bit more wanting to get out of the house, wanting to connect, wanting to be more available. But through the first part of July, between the 1st and the 22nd, allow yourself the space and time, and especially the grace to kind of pull it in as much as you need to. And in a way, and I know this sounds kind of bad, but, especially if you're like a business owner or something, I'm going to say like the bare minimum, right? Because with Mars to the 12th, you may feel very tired and you might need space to rest and rejuvenate. And, if you need that, please take it. Because again, with the etheric quality here, there might be some incredible insights that occur to you via dreams or through just moments of meditation or contemplation. You could really have incredible epiphanies and insights into your life and into your trajectory. It could be lucrative, which is the theme. That's the big word this month, lucrative later on. And when I see the King of Coins, I think that this is an aspect of you. I really do. Knight of Cups as well. Actually, I don't really see anyone else's energy coming out. I'm not saying you're not dealing with other people, and I'm not saying that other people might not trigger things within you, but really this month is largely about you, especially as we have Venus coming through your sign. King of Coins is that it really knows what affluence is, right? It really knows how to manifest. It really knows how to bring things in, right? This is excellent 2nd house energy with the sun coming through the 2nd in Cancer. It's really good with that, but it can also be very rigid. And so this is what I'm saying with don't let your past hold you back. We've had opportunities over the past couple of months to come in contact or to come into awareness of the things that we are fed up with within ourselves. So certain habits that we have, certain behaviors that we have, certain recurring situations that continually happen in our lives. We got to that point where not only did we come to acknowledgement or recognition of those things, but also that moment where we're like, okay, it's done. Like, I'm over it. I'm sick of it. I really don't want this to be so problematic in my life anymore. And sometimes it's not as easy as just saying, I don't want this anymore. Sometimes you have to actually really change. Now, you're a mutable sign, right? Highly adaptable, really flexible. You have the capacity to do that, to change. But we all do have a point of stubbornness. We all do have a point of resistance in our lives. And you're being asked to really breach that boundary right now. You're being asked to breach that consistent, relentless behavior. And you're going to know what it is for you. And the Knight of Cups is a more romanticized version of yourself that believes that, yes, you can do it. That believes that, yes, you can break through and that there are blessings on the other side. Because a lot of this stuff may have to do with money, right? With the sun coming through the 2nd house, yes, you might be focusing on your financials. You may be focusing on your relationship with food. You may be focusing on your self-worth. It's like getting out of your own way. And the Knight of Cups, he doesn't have a lot of hang-ups. He doesn't have all these reasons to not believe in himself. And so tapping into that and being more romantic about your life and more romantic about who you are could prove to be quite beneficial, because right after that we get the Lovers card, which we know is the card of Gemini, and it is a card of internal unity as well. And I often see the yin yang when I get the Lovers card. It's that perfect balance of, the white and the black together, coming together, the light, the dark, the masculine, the feminine, the up, the down, the metaphysical versus physical, and all the dualities really coming together and merging and kind of coming into this complete place. And self-acceptance is so critical for you to come into this complete place. Now, all of this that we're talking about now is specifically to help you with where you're going. Now, all of you are going to have different paths. Some of you are really focused on your career right now. Some of you are more focused on aligning with new friends. Some of you are focused on your finances. Others of you are focused on, just your bodies and taking care of your health. So wherever your focus is, self-acceptance is going to be the key for you to succeed in that area. It's going to be the key for you to succeed in breaking through that stubbornness, because through that stubbornness, there is a lucrative opportunity for you. Because the world, again, suggests this is done. This is over. It is played out. You can't do it anymore. It's not going to be able to move forward with you unless you want to just repeat all the same stuff. And I know Gemini is like, nope, I definitely don't want to repeat all the same stuff. That's not what I signed up for. So I'm ready to bounce. I'm ready to level up. And with the star reverse in the very center of the reading, there is healing that is needed. And I know so much healing, right? I feel like it's like this nonstop, never ending. I even get tired of talking about it sometimes, but it is Cancer season. And Cancer season has a lot to do with our roots, where we came from, our childhood, our past, even past lives for some of you, and really looking back at what shaped us and what formed us and what nurtured us and what programmed us, and healing those things, because there is limitation. I'm sensing limitation with the star reverse, because to me, the star is like about boundlessness, right? Limitlessness. But when it's reversed, it's like, yes, that there's limitlessness, but you don't really live into that. And you want to. You don't want to have the fear. You don't want to have the limiting beliefs. Of course you don't. Of course you don't want those things. You don't want to fight anymore. 7 of Wands reversed. You don't want to have to put effort into keeping out the world in order to keep you safe. So I'm kind of feeling this withdrawal is kind of like a glow up, if you will. Like you kind of go into your bedroom and close the door and you give yourself like a full makeover, maybe physically, but more energetically, spiritually, emotionally. You get this whole makeover and you emerge like a completely new person. And it may be a very short period of transformation for Gemini, because again, you are highly adaptable, and you are ready. And I do sense that you are ready, and you're not trying to, it's not to say that who you were in the past was bad. It's just that you've outgrown it. And you're not trying to it's like a kid trying to still wear the clothes that they wore 2 years ago, but a kid grows so fast, right? A 5-year-old can't wear the same clothes as a 7-year-old. It doesn't really work like that, right? So you can't keep wearing the same clothes. You can't keep doing the same thing because you've literally outgrown it. And if you do try to keep it going, it's just going to be uncomfortable. So we have the four of Cups, which again, with the emotional withdrawal card, makes a lot of sense. I just really don't know how available Gemini is for things. It's going to be really hard for Gemini to invest. It's going to be hard for Gemini to give a huge energetic investment. It's going to be difficult to really show up for things that you're not entirely passionate about. Now, there will be a few things that will be fine, certain things, certain places, of course, your family, your spouse, the people you love, all that, that'll be fine. But it's you can't fake passion. You just can't. And if you don't feel it, it's just like, oh my gosh, like this is not it. This is not where it's at. And it's kind of this turn off, just boom, like complete and utter shutting it off. Now, I know this is a card of Gemini. I know that you're even showing up here as the Knight of Swords here as well, but this is giving me such a different energy that I do actually feel. Now, I know I said in the beginning, I'm like, oh, this is all you. But now that I'm really going through this, I'm like, no, this is someone else. Because as soon as I hit it, it's more abrasive. And it's like this energy, you can just look at the image, is very different from this one. I mean, they're bringing two completely different vibrations to the table. And a Knight of Swords is probably someone who's like banging on your door being like, hey, Gemini, what is going on with you? What is the deal? Like, where are you? Who are you becoming? Like, this is weird. And I don't know that you're going to have a real explanation for that, and you're just going to have to say, hey, look, like I'm over it. I'm tired. I don't want to do this anymore. I want to focus on the things I love. I want to focus on the things that matter to me. And I want to focus on the goals and the ambitions that I have that are like meaningful to me. And there's only a few of those. And everything else that doesn't make the cut, it's going to get cut. Mars through the 12th house is not easy. Look, take it from someone who has Mars in the 12th. Okay, it's not an easy placement. It's not an easy transit, especially as it comes through and connects with Uranus in the North Node conjunction. That's officially happening like on, I think it's the 1st, August 1st. So for the whole of July, there's going to be this consistent building of Mars coming into contact with Uranus in the North Node. There is going to be some severance of some kind. You are going to have to sacrifice or surrender or let something go. You're going to have to. It may be something small, but really something small is actually likely to be huge in the progress of your, spiritual and human journey. Okay? It's all like Hanged Man. It's all about coming into awareness of stuff, right? It's all about coming into consciousness. You just may want to just hang out here. Let things go. Let things leave your life. Let the severance happen. I don't see Gemini working overtime trying to keep stuff. Because you know that if you try to keep it, then you are letting your past hold you back, which this is saying, don't let your past hold you back. And you're kind of over here saying, I don't want to be tethered. I don't want to be anchored. I want to be free. I want to be able to move and travel. And, I want to be independent and autonomous and strong. And these attachments are the antithesis of that. So you are coming into true awareness of your situation. And you are going to be coming into true solutions to things as well. Okay? So let's pull clarifiers for the comprehensive. So for those of you who are new to my channel, okay, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we will cover in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be found in the description box and the comment thread down below. So let's go ahead here. We usually talk for another 25 to 30 minutes about these cards. Did I say that already? I don't remember if I said it. So we're going to focus now on the messenger of air. So let's take a look. Okay, the 8 of Wands. Beautiful. See that desire for movement? Things are moving fast, even if you can't necessarily perceive them. 4 of Cups. And the more picky you can be, the more selective you can be. I'm going to take that bottom one because I saw it. The faster this sort of realignment process will happen. So now we have the world, the environment. So what else is going on in the environment? We have the Knight of Wands. We got a lot of knights. 5 of Coins. And the Empress. Beautiful. All right, now I didn't put reversals in here, so give me 2 seconds to put reversals in. So now, focusing on the Three of Coins reversed. What else does Gemini need to know? Because we have a King of Wands and a Page of Cups. Beautiful Empress. Queen of Coins reversed. Emperor. Wow, a lot of like people cards. Nope, didn't mean to pull two, but that's okay. We got Four of Coins and we got the Sun. Okay. Now for the Knight of Cups. Hermit and Eight of Cups. And the Devil. Page of Swords, the World again. Eight of Swords. High Priestess again, Queen of Swords. Love that for Gemini. And Two of Swords. There seems to be a message, like for me, with the Empress versus the High Priestess. We have two Empress cards and we have two High Priestess cards. For me, it kind of feels like a fertility versus barrenness kind of message, which is unique. And it's whether you choose to see barrenness or fertility. Okay, and I mean that in terms of opportunities and resources, okay? Chariot. Love that for Cancer season, being the Cancer card. We have Strength, also for Leo season. Six of Coins. Page of Coins, the Fool. Definitely willing to forego immediate opportunities and solutions that might not be perfect for the sake of something better later on, having full faith that that something better will show up. Death. Probably going to have to sever a relationship with that Knight of Swords. Sever communication or sever some sort of contact with them. Hanged Man. Four of Swords. Knight of Cups reversed. And Ace of Wands, beautiful, with the Nine of Cups at the bottom of the deck. Okay, so this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive. So if you want to join, that link will be found in the description box in the comment thread down below. All right? Thank you so much, you guys. Have an amazing July, and I'll talk to you soon. Take care. Bye-bye.